The Bloomberg Money Minute. Add another name to the list of celebrity beauty lines. Martha Stewart says she spent the past 5 years working with a dermatologist to create a line of skincare that focuses on the visible signs of aging. She's calling it Elm Biosciences, and it'll also include hair products. You'll find them available Wednesday through the company's direct-to-consumer website. Amazon is reportedly launching a new feed for live soccer matches using augmented reality graphics and real-time tactical analysis. The Financial Times says it's being called Prime Vision, and the alternative feed will include things like automated graphics with players' names and running speeds overlaid on the live video stream. Disney is bringing its marquee comics, including Marvel and Star Wars, to a new digital platform and app. In partnership with Webtoon Entertainment, you'll be able to access more than 35,000 comics for a single subscription. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We'll wrap things up at home with the Twins in town on Friday, September 26th at 6:45, Saturday, September 27th at 6:05, and Sunday, September 28th at 3:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. Be first in line to secure a 2026 Phillies season ticket package before the public on sale. Gain access to benefits such as price savings, incredible seat locations, and more. Reserve yours at Phillies.com/season deposits.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday morning, September 16th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. That is how you jump aboard on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Happy National Guacamole Day. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Guac, good morning.
Guac, yeah.
Happy Tuesday.
Gregory.
Another drug boat.
Yes, third one bites the dust.
Blown up in the waters of Venezuela.
Well, you love that, don't you? It was actually last Tuesday that you
directly into my veins. Roll it. Come on. Let's. There you go. Just
unclassified.
Floating along.
B-52.
Floating along. Hang on. There we go.
You sunk my drug boat.
Direct hit.
You sunk my drug
boat. Destroyed.
Can
we confirm? Can we verify? Target destroyed.
Yeah, target definitely destroyed.
Wow.
Trump was asked about this yesterday, about the...
Thank you very much. On Venezuela, sir, and on Israel. First on Venezuela, what can you tell us about this Venezuelan boat that was taken out? And do you plan to provide proof that these were narco-terrorists who were on their way to the U.S.?
Well, we have proof. All you have to do is look at the cargo that was... like it's spattered all over the ocean. Big bags of cocaine and fentanyl all over the place.
So they're body parts.
It was because we have recorded evidence that they were leaving. We've recorded them. It was very careful because we know you people would be after us. We're very careful. The military has been amazing. And General Kane showed me a little while ago the clip, but you could actually see it. But you don't have to see it because we have recorded proof and evidence. We know what time they were leaving, when they were leaving, what they had, and all of the other things that you'd like to have.
What proof do you have? Last week it was, or 2 weeks ago it was, what about the due process? Are we sure that wasn't a fisherman? A shrimp boat? Yes.
A Bubba Gump shrimp boat.
Exactly.
By the way, are we going to war with Venezuela? Because I'm not cool with that.
No, we're just sending a message.
No, I'm fine with this. I'm not cool because he was very coy about, bombing Venezuela. That's all I'm saying.
We'll get into it. Also this morning, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, they speak about the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk killing and what details the authorities have received and which ones they have not. Is there compliance from Tyler Robinson? Hate saying the name. Also, Pam Bondi. Are we sure Pam Bondi is not on drugs?
She's a dummy.
From that drug boat?
She's a dummy.
My God.
Has no idea what the difference is between free speech and hate speech.
Well, so hopefully she downloads the first hour of Kayal and Company today because it'll all be about free speech. The big take this morning on free speech. I want to expound upon Jay Leno's clip saying free speech is now dead after the Charlie Kirk killing. And we will examine free speech this morning in every which way. And I was thinking about this morning because there's been a myriad of free speech subjects on this show in 3 years. From the Biden administration and social media and censoring during the pandemic, to hate speech on college campuses post-October 7th, to the media and the press being sued by Trump and the Trump administration for defamation with the media, PBS, NPR, defunded, credentials revoked at the White House, new credentials earned at the White House, and also coming up later this morning in the first hour, corporate speech. According to the Wall Street Journal, because Big Pharma, it's going to be more and more difficult for them to advertise, is this attack on corporate speech in the United States of America. Speech, 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 and more of it. We've got a lot to get to. Plus, this morning, the Cut Sheet, Fight Club, and we'll try to lighten it up in the second hour. I want to get to two stories out there. One, on the debilitating impacts of doom scrolling on your iPhone, or your Droid, for the communists out there. And also, this mother who went viral and was ridiculed by many people on many different message boards and apps for making her kids pay for some of the products that are purchased in the household. I've been doing this for years with my kids. So I'll take some ridiculing as well. But I think we're on the right side of history here. Let's get down to business. Round number one of the news at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensel.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday morning. This is September the 16th, 67 degrees. A lot to talk about this morning. And our sponsor for our first edition Kayal and Company News Live is Kitchen Magic this morning. Philadelphia police busy this morning. Another crime scene, another shooting in the city of Philadelphia, as police tell us about a woman being shot to death in Philadelphia's Strawberry Mansion neighborhood. So police say this woman was on her porch minding her own business when a shootout erupted early this morning. And police say this 27-year-old woman died inside her home where she lived after being shot while she was out on the porch. So that stray bullet apparently striking her as she was out on her porch, and then she struggles and then goes inside and drops to her death. Police say shots were fired from both sides of Montgomery Avenue here, and most of those shots, more than a dozen shots fired from the side of the street, where the other side of the street opposite from her. Those, you see the crime scene there, shell casings all over the place. And police say as far as the shooters, they fired toward people on the porch of a home where the victim was either standing or was sitting, but she was not the intended target, apparently. And they said there were bullets that struck through windows, through into people's living rooms and family rooms, through walls, in other words, in their homes. For brick homes, they were struck multiple times by gunfire, and you could see all of the strike marks, even on brick or the old stone homes that were there. They say the shootout happened it happened about 12:30 in the morning this morning, technically. That's why detectives, because now you have a murder scene there, they're on the scene most of the night throughout the evening. But it's 31st Street and Montgomery Avenue. Again, this is the city's Strawberry Mansion section in a neighborhood where certainly there were shots fired into homes where children were sleeping, families were sleeping, and this victim in particular on the porch with two other people when those shots were fired. She was struck at least once in the back, ran inside, and like I say, passed away once she was in the house. So in this one, I don't know how many guns. It looks like at least 2 guns involved, but there were 3 adults, 3 children, ages 8 to 17, inside the home where that victim then collapsed and died. Just another shooting in Philadelphia, and here's a 27-year-old woman who was killed in this one. And not just her home was struck, as I say, there were homes right in that vicinity. For example, they said that the house next door was also struck by those bullets where more children live, but that family was not injured.
Kind of reminiscent of that video that we rolled weeks and weeks ago on the cut sheet where all that spraying of bullets was occurring on those 2 porches, if you remember.
Yes. Yes, and they did release in that one, remember, they had the suspects.
Mm-hmm.
That they finally, 2 weeks later, released at least one of the photos. And so they've caught some of the suspects, but there were so many firearms used, Nick. I don't know that they've caught everybody involved in that one.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that one going on. By the way, we do have so much happening with Philadelphia following the story of that curfew that went into effect, forcing most Philadelphia businesses to shutter in the night. We talked to you yesterday about the search for those gunmen one gunman who held somebody up at gunpoint, shot that store owner in the face. That individual still recovering in stable but serious condition. No word of any arrest in that case. That was Kensington. So we'll continue to follow the battle that store owners face as far as saying this curfew, they're looking at this one saying this curfew did nothing. The robbers are just going to go hit us from 10 to 11 if we close at 11.
Mm-hmm.
So we mentioned that yesterday. So following up on that one as well. So much to talk about today as we look at what will happen today in federal court as prosecutors say they're preparing to file this capital murder charge against the Utah man that authorities say did indeed hold a leftist ideology and may have been, quote, radicalized online before he was arrested in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, that suspect expected to come ahead of the first court hearing since he was accused last week, obviously, of shooting Charlie Kirk, a conservative activist, Christian conservative activist, many calling a true American icon. J.D. Vance filling in on his podcast yesterday, and many talking about that, obviously, as the vice president, quoting statistics, talking about the leanings of the right and the left, and holding the left responsible, not everybody, but certainly holding many responsible for this kind of rhetoric that triggers people. And so that has sparked a whole lot of conversation this morning.
Yeah,
because why? Because why did it spark a lot of conversation? That's a very nice way of putting it, but why did it spark a lot of conversation? Because the statistics aren't true? Is that why?
I never said that, Greg. He quoted statistics,
mm-hmm.
and there are mainstream media outlets that are questioning the stats, and there are some.
There are stats. There are stats that are questioning the stats.
Well, what stats do we have? I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
The vice president quoted
I know
various statistics.
Right, he was doing Charlie Kirk's show as a tribute,
mm-hmm.
and he said what?
And I don't have the statistics that he quoted in front of me,
he
but
said
there's
a statistical fact that there's more left-wing crime than right-wing crime or whatever. This is just not true. It's just not true.
Well, I would submit to you that he did say in his speech that, in fact, neither of the stats on the right or the left are acceptable. It's never acceptable to turn to violence, ever. That was a bottom line.
Yeah.
But he did say that, I think his point was, whether the stats are 2% or 20%, I think his point was anybody who purposely goes out and does this kind of rhetoric and tries to trigger people, particularly if you're an elected official or you're an employee, you have a right to be fired or held accountable for purposely going out and trying to trigger somebody. However, there's only one person who's going to be in court today facing this capital murder charge, and that is the person, the 22-year-old, who pulled the trigger. That's
I sure hope
who's
the feds,
being held accountable.
I saw last night, the last thing I saw before I checked out was the fact that he's on suicide watch. I want this guy kept alive.
Oh, absolutely.
I do not want to hear that he died in his cell or committed suicide. I don't care if he has to be monitored 24/7 by 12 sets of eyeballs and he's butt naked.
Agreed.
In a cell. Do not let this guy get off the hook and we do not find out, because he's not cooperating. He is not cooperating. No. This guy is not saying a word other than the fact that I guess he admitted to friends on that Discord app that he basically confessed, according to the reports, something to the effect of, "I'm sorry, here's to the good times we had."
I'm turning myself in, to a friend. By the way, one more piece on that political violence thing. The number of actual political violence, people who commit crimes, because of left-wing ideology or right-wing ideology, is actually super small. You want to talk about let's talk about gang violence and black-on-black crimes and that type of stuff. That's the majority of crime and in this country. It's not political ideology.
Well, those are the stats. Those are the stats I gave yesterday. 13 black people account for 13% of the population, yet 57% of gun violence, and the media just does not report on it because it's not sensationalism.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
It's just accepted. We just,
yes.
Like when Dawn's sitting there talking about 42 bullets being shot into a house.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Dawn or the news, but my eyes almost just roll over because it's the same thing every morning.
Yes.
It's just the people change.
100%. 100%. When there's situations like this, they get sensationalized. They get mainstream media attention. They get wall-to-wall coverage. So it just seems like it's a lot. When there's reports every day in these cities like Philadelphia, Detroit, Chicago, all of this, where this happens daily. Yeah. Dozens and dozens of people are murdered daily, nightly in these cities. And you know what I mean? So sit here and say, well, statistically, right-wing crime is and statistically, left-wing crime is. No, it's all very, very, very small. We have to look at gangs. We have to look at black-on-black crime. That's where the crime is committed.
Do we have the clip of it we could play in the cut sheet later today?
Of what?
Of Vance on the Kirk show?
I didn't pull it, no.
Okay.
Because it makes my head hurt.
Yeah, and so I will say to you that, just this morning, I only covered one of the many shootings in Philadelphia that happened within the past 24 hours. And over the weekend, I pretty much do start out at 6 a.m. All of these individuals, there were 3 kids in that home, 8 to 17 years old. They're physically okay. But when we think about the impact of this type of violence day in and day out, imagine in your neighborhood right now, your kids, if a neighbor was gunned down and you were awakened and your kids were awakened by gunfire, and that psychological scarring and damage that happens to an entire community of people feeling worthless, forgotten, downtrodden. So no, I think that we should not ever say that it's acceptable, or should we say one life is more valuable than the other? I mean, particularly if you're a pro-life person, we should try to solve this violence, all violence. And that's why those Philadelphia police officers, they've been out there all night, all morning, as they track all the evidence, look for DNA evidence, look for any cameras, and try to track these latest shooters. So in this one, there will be, it's scheduled a federal court proceeding as this 22-year-old does face federal charges on top of those state charges. Prosecutors in Utah County say they're considering several charges against Robinson, the most serious being aggravated murder, because it could bring the death penalty if there is a conviction here. So we're following that one very carefully. I'll take you back just one more story, and that is that today marks 6 years since a little girl named Dulce Maria Alves. She vanished from South Jersey from Bridgeton City Park. Investigators say they are still committed to solving this case. In this one, she was abducted. She was 5 years old when she was playing with her younger brother. It was September 16th, 2019. And her mom, Noma Alves Perez, who has done media interviews, who has been out in front of this, stayed in her car. She was with the children, walked over to her car right there by the parking lot with her youngest sister to help her with some homework. At this point, a man was seen escorting the little girl away. And police have long believed that this is one of those cases of a kidnapping, perhaps a human or sex trafficking situation. But even at the federal level, the local level, they believe that Dulce is still alive. And they have said this consistently now for all of these years. So now the latest is New Jersey State Police using new high tech as far as artificial intelligence in hopes of uncovering these new clues. They're committed to this. FBI continues again, believing that this little girl, Dulce, her abduction may have been a random crime of opportunity, but as well, it could have been somebody who either wanted her for himself, or like I say, some kind of a trafficking situation.
Good. We can use AI in a way that really matters for society. That's great.
So they've released some more of these age progression images of her, and they've been doing this. Now they have new high tech that they'll be talking more about today. Oftentimes they gather in the park and they have these discussions where they have memorials and try to make the public more aware. Let's talk about the good news of the day, shall we? I know that it was in the wee hours of this morning, but I don't know if you've heard, our Philadelphia Phillies, we clinched it. We are the NL East champs 2 in a row now.
Yes, back to back. I saw the Phillies tweeted a picture of the poster with Bryce Harper and Schwarber, Suarez, Sanchez, and JT Realmuto.
We have some of the locker room celebrating.
Oh, is Topper popping bottles?
Let's do Bryce Harper 33 first.
It's the fastest the Phils have ever won the division.
Yeah, roll this. He's bonging beers. Bryce Harper bonging beers.
Yeah, baby.
And then
look at the lights.
I know.
Like they're like a dance club.
And then Kyle Schwarber saying he's hammered.
Yeah. Oh man. Just bathing in the Bud Light.
Bathing in Miller Lite, Bud Light.
Miller, yeah. Oh man. By the way, it'd probably take a lot to get Kyle Schwarber hammered.
Yeah.
A big boy.
Gives whole new meanings to Schwarbomb.
Yeah, especially after all the Wawa he eats. You know how hard it is to get drunk after you've been eating hoagies?
So 6-5 LA Dodgers. We, like I said yesterday, we had hoped that we would have had this celebration at Citizens Bank Park. Didn't get ours on there. We lost that one, but now play again tonight. And these games, because they're out on the West Coast in LA, I think the game started last night as it does tonight at 10 p.m.
10:10.
So this was technically this morning's news. Was it 1:06 a.m.?
Absolutely.
Kyle Schwarber's still drinking right now.
Yeah. So they're not even hungover yet. They're still a little inebriated this morning. But
right.
But it still is exciting. We can't take it for granted. And obviously, they have a lot of work to get done. Let's talk about our friends at Kitchen Magic. Thank you for sponsoring us. Family-owned, American-made, tariff-proof for more than 45 years. They've remodeled homes across the Northeast. This September, you get 40% off installation on all kitchens and bathrooms. All these remodels. Kitchen Magic, where quality meets value. Just call them or visit kitchenmagic.com today. Do it. kitchenmagic.com today. 40% off. What are you waiting for? Kitchen Magic. Thank you for sponsoring our first edition of Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Philly weather, it's 65 degrees currently, only going up to 73 today. Mostly cloudy. About a 12 to 15% chance of showers later in the day, but it'll clear on out very quickly if it does arrive. It's all brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Big take, free speech, no more. I disagree. We'll get into that when we come back. But first, I think we can all agree on this. Anytime you get a tax credit of $7,500 towards the purchase of a new vehicle, you're feeling pretty good. That's the vibe Piazza is creating, because if you're looking for an electric vehicle, our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, they want to lock you in to a $7,500 federal EV tax credit before it ends. And it ends in 2 weeks. That's $7,500 towards the purchase of a new Hyundai Ioniq 5, 6, or 9, a Volkswagen ID4 or the ID Buzz, the Genesis GV60 or that gorgeous, spacious GV70, and much more. Visit your local Piazza dealer before September 30th to take advantage of the EV tax credit, $7,500, and also acquire about additional savings as well. You can shop their impressive selection today. Do it right now during the break. Online, PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If your dog makes you itch, it isn't hair. It's CAN F1 and 2. And dust mite flare-ups? That's Derpy 1 and 2. Pathogen sprays go after the allergens themselves. Whisker Block for dog dander, EnviroBlock for dust. Spray surfaces and rooms to neutralize allergens and help cut the sneezing, itching, and fog. Safe for the whole household. Buy Pathogen online at Pathogen.com today. Pathogen.com. Pacagen.com. For a home that finally feels livable.
The headlines about Social Security are scary. What do you do if they cut back? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Shopping for an engagement ring can feel a lot like shopping for a used car. You walk in, you're not sure who to trust, and you're wondering if you're getting the real deal or a good sales pitch. That's why people are turning to Family and Company Jewelers. They're changing the game with full transparency, no pressure, no commissions, and now every piece of jewelry in the showcase has the price right there on display. No surprises, no haggling, just real value value from our friends at Family and Company Jewelers. Doing things right. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey.
The working families of Lyon Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
6:29. Happy Tuesday to everybody. Hopefully all of you off to a great start wherever you may be. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. A lot of free speech topics on the table to start the show. And a couple of lifestyle stories that we'll get to in hour number 2. But right now, let's get to a Tuesday. Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take. Free speech, no more. Well, comedian and former late-night host Jay Leno has said that Charlie Kirk's shooting is, quote, the death of free speech. We played that for you on yesterday's cut sheet. But for those who missed it, we will play it again. Listen and watch.
It's not a random shooting. I mean, it's the death of free speech. To think that you are so illiterate and so stupid, you can't answer verbally, and you have to shoot somebody with a gun to quote, win the argument. You know, when I was in school, lively debate was unbelievable. To have the SDS, the Students of Democratic Society, debate somebody else.
That was Jay Leno on KFI AM 640 on the Tim Conway Show in Los Angeles. I agree with Jay that it was not a random shooting. I think we all agree with that. But I vehemently disagree with Jay Leno that it is the death of free speech. The only way that occurs is if the masses go silent, if the millions give in, if Americans become cowards. If we don't have free speech, and if we don't have the belief that our words are welcomed in a forum of debate, then we do not have discourse and dialogue in this country, and we no longer have a democracy. We are no longer better than the nations who do not permit their citizens to voice their minds and beliefs and core values. Speech exists everywhere in a multitude of fashions, in corporate America, on college campuses, and within our own government. In front of a television camera, in front of a microphone, in your earbuds, on a website, on a social media platform, in newspaper, in books. But the First Amendment protects you against the government trying to censor and stifle you. Because not all speech is created equal. In the business world, you do not have the same luxury. It's not cancel culture when a private employer fires you for your free speech publicly posted on social media. That's called consequence culture. You do not represent the company with every thought and every word. Your job is to represent them in the best form and fashion possible in alignment with their company policy. If you violate the policy, bye-bye. You do not represent the company with every thought and every word. On college campuses, speech should be embraced. But sadly, we know it's a 9-1, 10-1 liberal versus conservative advantage with biased professors, biased faculty, and biased academics that don't always lead to a fair fight in speech and open debate. But college campuses and government officials elected or paid with taxpayer dollars, such as teachers, also do not have the right to promote hate, celebrate murder, and demand more. Jay Leno talked about schools and campuses with debate groups in that clip we just played for you. So let's talk about speech in the college ranks, shall we? FIRE is the foundation for individual rights and expression. They're based right here in Philadelphia. On September 9th, just one day before Charlie Kirk's killing, they released their 6th annual college free speech rankings list. 257 schools were surveyed. Over 60,000 responses were recorded to a multitude of free speech questions. And here are some of the staggering results. The FIRE report found that only 36% of students said that it is either very or extremely clear that free speech is protected on college campuses. Of the 257 schools surveyed, 166 received an F for their speech climate, and only 11 institutions were given a grade of C or higher. That is sombering. Amongst the best for free speech, among notable recognized names and institutions were Purdue University, the University of Chicago, Colorado University, Vanderbilt University, which is in Tennessee, and North Carolina State. The worst campuses, NYU, Boston College, the University of Washington, and Columbia. Surprise, surprise. How about in Pennsylvania specifically? The average grade of 54.7. The average rank, 176. The average grade, an F. And there were 11, count them 11, speech controversies at Pennsylvania universities in 2024 alone. Amongst the PA categories, political tolerance graded out to an F in Pennsylvania colleges. Administrative support graded out to an F. Comfort expressing ideas, a D-. Disruptive conduct, a C+, and openness, a C-. 15 colleges appeared in the Pennsylvania list amongst the 267 nationwide. Gettysburg was the best at 91st out of 257. Penn State came in at 98th. That's terrible. Locally in Philadelphia, schools such as Drexel and Villanova, they, quote, hold red light ratings, meaning they maintain at least one policy that clearly and substantially restricts protected expression. With no campus earning a green light rating, FIRE writes, Pennsylvania schools have significant room for improvement. J.K. Rowling made a great point yesterday. Author of the Harry Potter books, she posted this on X. If you believe free speech is for you, but not for your political opponents, you're illiberal. If no contrary evidence could change your beliefs, you're a fundamentalist. If you believe the state should punish those with contrary views, you're a totalitarian. If you believe a political opponent should be punished with violence or death, you're a terrorist. I agree with everything she just said. Bernie Sanders, I believe, made one of the best speeches about democracy and freedom of expression in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death. Don't care who the messenger is. Don't care what the political views are. Don't care if you roll your eyes over. The message is 100% spot on and goes precisely to what all free speech absolutists, if you claim to be one, then you should be on board with this message. D be damned, Senator be damned, Bernie be damned. Listen and watch.
A free and democratic society, which is what America is supposed to be about, depends upon the basic premise that people can speak out, organize, and take part in public life without fear, without worrying that they might be killed, injured, or humiliated for expressing their political views. In fact, that is the essence of what freedom is about and what democracy is about. You have a point of view, that's great. I have a point of view that is different than yours. That's great. Let's argue it out. We make our case to the American people at the local, state, and federal levels, and we hold free elections in which the people decide what they want. That's called freedom and democracy. And I want as many people as possible to participate in that process without fear. Freedom and democracy is not about political violence. It is not about assassinating public officials. It is not about trying to intimidate people who speak out on an issue. Political violence, in fact, is political cowardice. It means that you cannot convince people of the correctness of your ideas, and you have to impose them through force.
Having said all of that, your speech is not protected at work. Business Insider writing this headline: Charlie Kirk's death is the latest workplace flashpoint facing employers. NASDAQ, Delta Airlines, Office Depot, amongst others, all firing employees over public comments made on social media. Not only are airlines facing these issues, schools are as well. We mentioned the Ambler story and the Easton School District story yesterday, but colleges nationwide acting as well. The University of Tennessee in Knoxville, Clemson University in South Carolina. The same with hospitals, including the University of Miami, and their entire health system has had to fire people for their comments celebrating Charlie Kirk's death on social media. Firefighters have been dismissed, military members dismissed, and relieved of their duties for condoning murder on public platforms. And I think the big takeaway is this: you can believe in free speech, be a free speech absolutist like myself, and still believe that public taxpayer-funded positions with our dollars in government and education roles should not give you the ability to celebrate depraved individuals glorifying premeditated first-degree murder repercussion-free. And it's about repercussions. Charlie Kirk's death was not the death of free speech, as Jay Leno alluded to. No, I believe it was a refocusing and a recalibration of our most important right in the United States of America. That's why it's the First Amendment, not the Fifth or the 14th. Our privilege to stand up, speak out, and do so, not worried about who is in agreement with us, who disagrees with us, much less who would dare to take our life or attempt to, because they felt they couldn't make a more convincing and compelling argument. So is free speech dead? I say absolutely not. Did we back down to terrorism after 9/11? Nope. We fought back. Did Donald Trump exit the campaign trail after being shot on July 13th and withdraw from the race and concede an election? Nope. He got up, he pumped his fist, and he said, fight, fight, fight. So we damn sure won't let a domestic terrorist, which is what I believe this guy was, silence a media member, a political party, an idea, a set of values and beliefs, or a movement. Instead, we should continue to fight, not physically, not with weapons, but by embracing healthy debate. And I say let the best ideas win and let speech be absolute. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big take this morning. If you want to jump in, we'll come back, get everybody's thoughts and reactions. 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT. And of course, in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get Dawn's thoughts when we come back on where we are with speech in the United States of America, in legitimately every institution in our country. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As we think about summertime winding down, fall coming in, you got to make sure your home is cool in the summertime and nice and toasty for the fall and the winter. But efficiency is paramount too. And that's why I've always got my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, to come out to the house, make sure that our HVAC unit is all good to go, whether it's summertime or whether it's for the fall. So take my advice. Get your HVAC unit serviced this summer, this fall. If Marvin E. Cans feels that your unit needs to be replaced, well, they're going to give you an honest, fair assessment at a fair price. Install a high-efficiency Trane unit. That's Trane, hard to stop a train, as they say. Just visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So my sandwich shop was opening in a week, and I needed signage.
A week is plenty of time to panic.
I went to Staples. They printed banners, posters, and flyers to promote my grand opening.
All in time for your grand closing.
Nope, I had it same day. I even got $125 off my order.
Holy onions! For all your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. In-store and online, same day if ordered by 12 p.m. Into 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Well, yeah, 647, Kayal and Company. Let's have some conversation. Free speech, the theme, not only of the show, not only of the station. Free speech lives here, but the first hour, and maybe spilling over a little bit here into hour number 2. Charlie Kirk and his assassination because of his speech, the backdrop, but moving into all of the other sectors of life, media, education, healthcare, government, you name it, big tech. Where are we with free speech in the United States of America? Because we have seen so many different stories with different details as the backdrop for what you should be able to say, who can silence you, who can't. Don Stensland, right now, I think yesterday on the show, you and Greg kind of on the same page as far as somewhat in agreement with Jay Leno or the fear of repercussions for your speech. Am I still the only one that disagrees with that? Where do you think we are as a nation right now in all of our different sectors with speech?
I think as far as what Jay Leno is saying is that there's absolutely a chilling effect on all of us. I mean, for example, here's a tangible piece of evidence for you. Last week, before we went live for that great event with our Piazza Pet of the Month. And so we had been announcing and advertising all over the place. Huge station putting out social media, advertising. Come and, join us. Here's exactly where we will be. Here's where you can find us out live and local, right? In Willow Grove, Pennsylvania at the Piazza Auto Group, the Jaguar dealership there. And so what happened? Greg, said there were people that were expressing concern or managers concern saying, hey, should we be concerned in the light of what has happened now? And there was a conversation. I know that police upped their patrols and maybe changed the location, made sure everybody was secure. And so are there people canceling events? Yes, I think people did cancel events last week, conservatives in particular, but also Democrats. So does that, a situation like last week where Charlie Kirk was clearly targeted because he was somebody who was out on college campuses debating prove me wrong 10, all of that. And so is there a chilling effect? Absolutely. Do people couch their words a little more? Are they afraid? Yes. Yes,
but
that is true.
How long does that last for?
It depends. It varies.
Not to mitigate the death of Charlie Kirk, but just looking at it objectively, the way we operate as human beings, especially in the United States of America. You see it in the media. You see it in the news cycle. You see it in social media. You see it the way we all basically live our lives. We mourn, we have grief, we have anger, and then we move on to the next thing that we are outraged over. Or we get back to living our lives. So 4 days from now, 2 weeks from now, 6 months from now.
Nick, I did not realize until I watched the podcast, most of the 2-hour podcast, that the vice president was, filling in, if you will, for the Charlie Kirk podcast that started at noon. And Stephen Miller, this is the chief of staff. These are government officials. And Stephen Miller described what's going on as a vast domestic terror movement. And so this is not something that is just us or even somebody filling in on a podcast expressing. This is different. This now becomes something different where they're invoking, and Stephen Miller said, and I'm quoting here, with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks. And he had earlier described terror or terrorist type networks that are designed to intimidate and put a chill on people's free speech. So this is much more than us talking here. We're not government officials, right? Charlie Kirk was not a government official.
Right.
This is something new that happened at noon yesterday, where these are government officials who are stating now that these are terrorist, quote unquote, networks. And J.D. Vance even described a White House staffer who was victimized and terrified because that staffer in their neighborhood had a neighbor who was going around handing out printed out leaflets and so on, and throughout a community saying, here's where this White House staffer, Trump staffer, works, with his wife and children, and basically intimidate him, shake him up, whatever those. I don't have a copy of what those pamphlets look like, but a map of where the guy lives and encouragement to go and rattle this person or threaten or whatever that was. And again, I'm not quoting it because I don't have that pamphlet, but that was one physical example that they gave at a personal level. The White House staffers, I would imagine that, at the height of it, even, when we saw at the Supreme Court justice level, judges, we've seen judges intimidated, that sort of thing. So at every level, but at this one, they're saying that this is a network now that they are going after Department of Justice to dismantle.
I can't get past what Leno said. And I just want to weave in two other examples and to kind of illustrate why I think eventually we move on. Doesn't mean you forget about Charlie Kirk. Doesn't mean you forget about what he stood for. But the element of speech, because Charlie Kirk was an individual and he was in the media. I don't think the average everyday individual citizen, just some random person that maybe I've never talked to, met, that's never called or tweeted the show, I don't think that individual has to live in fear of their speech. And I'm not going to live in fear of my speech. And I'm not sitting here saying my opinion and my speech is more, amplified than or more important than the audience's, but I am, quote, a public figure. And then you look at targeted individuals over speech. So you say this is a lasting, chilling effect. Well, the George Floyd thing was deemed a lasting, chilling effect. And then eventually people moved on. Like, nobody wants to hear about George Floyd anymore. It had a shelf life. But go back to innocent people in mass on 9/11. Do we think that the chilling impact of free speech with Charlie Kirk rises to the level of 9/11? Because I would argue, granted, I was 18 at the time. And I know, yes, we went to Afghanistan in weeks after what occurred, and then we invaded Iraq, and the war on terror was ongoing for 8-10 years as they made profits, and then they caught Saddam Hussein, and then they killed bin Laden. Didn't we all get back to living our lives not thinking about terrorists and shoe bombers and who's got an explosive strapped to themselves?
I think this is different, Nick. I think this is very different, and I think that, this is... here's what I've learned about this, because when we first started talking about Charlie Kirk, there were some people, you guys thought he was a political activist. For me, I felt like his influence to me personally, he was this evangelist. He started out every conversation with, he talked about Jesus Christ, his personal savior. That's different from your average political activist.
That's interesting. You think he was labeled as see, I thought he had three hats: talk show host, activist, and now that you say evangelist. But
I would say, so my point to you is, for those who followed him, and I did for years, we followed each other. You can look at my X account. He followed me. I followed him.
Cool.
I have relatives who were, especially female moms, who were canceled and so on, and shadow banned and all that stuff, who followed his wife as well, and Turning Point USA. So there's a Christian element to this,
sure,
and a faith-based element. Charlie Kirk and his memory will not be forgotten. This is changing people, and in particular, it's changing young people and motivating a new generation and future generations. This is not going away, and it's something different that's happening that's motivating people. The same people who were, for adults, who were shadow banned, who were canceled out. The same conservative moms who were afraid to speak out, perhaps, and then started speaking out. And so in this one, I think it is, for many, a final straw, a last straw.
Oh, yeah.
For kids who were in grade school and then saw what the government and government policies by overreach with vaccine, with COVID mandates and all of that stuff, lived through it. I think this will change a generation of people who, at the time of going back to the pandemic, witnessing government overreach, and then on top of it, free speech suppression and oppression by Democrat administrations? Do I believe that this will have a lasting impact on future generations? You betcha. Democrats and Republicans. Because I think what the younger generations can all agree on is that should never happen.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Dawn will have news to kick off hour 2. A little bit more on speech when we come back as the United States and China reach a framework deal on the future of TikTok, and also an op-ed from the Wall Street Journal that says Bobby Kennedy and Marty McCary and the HHS are trying to stifle corporate speech with their restrictions on big pharma ads on your television. We'll get into that when we come back. It's Kayal and Company, hour 2. Stay right there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Living heart healthy means paying attention to cholesterol goals. And for 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 Soft Gels. It's Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Just add Rescue's 1250 Omega-3 to your cart, apply that code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online at res-q.com. Remember, use that code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use that code TOGETHER at res-q.com. Do it today.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Free speech lives here with Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Well, hello, everybody. 7:03, hour 2. Kayal and Company rolling here on a Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Fight Club at 9:10. More Adam Sandler tickets for you coming up in Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie clip as we roll on. A couple of really good off the beaten path stories. One from People Magazine that I want to get to, and then also one from one of the websites we check from time to time, studyfinds.org. We'll talk about parenting, giving into your kids, and also how silence and stillness leads to your boredom, your profound boredom, when you stay on a device all day. We'll get into that. Very fascinating because people say, I love social media and I love going down to YouTube rabbit hole and I love being on my connected devices. Well, studies show that you're bored as hell. We'll get into that in just a little bit. Well, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday morning. It is September 16th. We're still in the 60s this morning, 66 degrees, a much cooler day, full forecast in store this morning as we talk about what's going on in the news. And, of course, we have a lot going on. We still are following this latest with a police investigation, Strawberry Mansion, a shootout with police on the scene overnight there. 27-year-old woman killed, many children and families threatened. This shootout, they don't have descriptions of the shooters, how many were there, as well as what's going on here with suspects and the search for the latest suspects in the latest Philadelphia shootout for sure. We still have the Ambler situation that we talked about. We have an update in Montgomery County that we'll take you to. As yesterday we had talked a lot here on not just Kayal and Company, but throughout the day on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT with all kinds of updates. And this was a controversy that was happening in Montgomery County with one Democrat official resigning from one of her positions after her social media comments, of course, set off a wave of response. This is Ambler tax collector Jennifer Stomsky. So she had made the comments that were, by all accounts, described as abhorrent at her own after the murder and assassination of one Charlie Kirk. And so there were many who called for her apology, her resignation. So the latest is that Stomsky did resign from one of her many positions. And so even Democrats and Republicans, but in particular Republicans, pushing back, not accepting her initial apology. She has now deleted her post. And there were many calls in her own party from within the party of Democrats to for sure, that she should, in fact, resign from that. In that, she had said that she was tired of being told that violence is not the answer. History is filled with blood. That was one of her comments. And then later in the comments section, that the big comment was, let's make more martyrs. And that one was shocking to people. Let's make more martyrs. And so in this one, there are still, we were trying all day, by the way, to get her political opponent running for tax collectors to come on some of the shows yesterday. But this was, by all accounts, a polarizing situation. She did say that she recognized that her words were not only hurtful, but fell short of standards, holding myself to this, and this, the community deserves more. I'm paraphrasing, obviously.
It's funny. We talked about the culture wars in some of the collar counties multiple years on this show. You go back up to Bucks County, what was going on with the school board and the vote. And now it's really hitting home for me. I've got all this stuff going on in Whitpain, Ambler, Wissahickon, Bluebell. Everybody's tweeting me, "Told you, Kayal. Told you shouldn't have moved there." And I'm just like, yeah, I get it. I know what I signed up for.
Well, in this one, so she did not step down from the tax collector job, which is an elected Ambler's tax collector job.
Mm-hmm.
So that one she's up for re-election for in this November. And so she has stepped down from her position as vice chair for Area 14 Wissahickon Democrats.
Okay.
So that's the one that she has, stepped away from. And so will the voters there in Montgomery County, will they fire her? I guess her fate is in the voters' hands.
She won't be fired.
In Montgomery County.
No, they're going to reelect her.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Please.
I think that area, I'm just going to totally guess here, just based on no data, just, my daily interactions. It's got to be 65-35 D versus R. Got to be.
And in an election, I don't know when.
Your election.
Yeah, there's not going to be a huge turnout.
No, I'm just saying like registered voters is, I would say it's probably 2-1.
No.
Well,
it's not Bucks. Bucks is more of a coin flip.
Here's what I will say about it. Yesterday, Dan Borowski and I, when I saw the story on Sunday, I'm trying to get her political opponent. If you're running for this as a tax collector, don't you, of course, jump at that chance in Montgomery County, all the different offices, and nobody can, get her to call in.
Yeah.
So I would say get it together, Republicans.
Is that a paid full-time position that she currently holds? That's just a side hustle, right?
Yeah, it's just a side job.
That's
and they
what
all
I figured.
have other jobs.
Okay. Because it's such a small area. It really is.
But, again, here's what I'll say with the structure of local Democrats. If that had happened and you flipped the script, I guarantee you I would have gotten the Democrat running against a Republican.
As far as coming on the show?
Yes.
Oh.
And so Republicans, get it together, people.
Uh-oh, here it comes.
Get it together.
Haven't heard this in over a year.
Yep.
Also, let's be careful, too, about sitting here celebrating people getting fired for what they're saying. I believe in consequence culture.
There's nobody fired here. What are you saying? I celebrated something?
No, I'm just saying that everybody's sitting there like, let's get this person fired, let's get that person fired. Like, just be careful. Just be careful with this. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be consequences for that because every mouth breather posts every waking thought they have on social media. So should there be consequences for you being a dope and doing that? Absolutely. But for these quote-unquote champions of free speech to be sitting here celebrating all these people getting fired for this, just be careful. That's all I'm going to say, because sometimes the pendulum swings back.
The more I thought about that yesterday, when I see these taxpayer-funded things, whether you're in a small little elected office or you are a teacher or a nurse, or you're in like the Miami health system, which is taxpayer funded down in Florida. Like, I totally get why those positions should result in the firing and dismissal. But the more I thought about it, the Matthew Dowd, which is really the first one that started, as a champion of free speech, I think you have to be one of these people that says, you know what, I might not like what the other person said, but how would I feel if I said something completely innocuous that wasn't termination worthy and people were and I've been canceled before. I told you the story about when I was doing fill-in shifts 9 years ago. So when you go back and look at the Matthew Dowd thing, the timing was awful, right? And obviously trying to somehow in a sick, twisted left-wing way justify, say somebody had something coming. But had he have waited 3 or 4 days or 2 months, remember, he was fired for saying that Charlie Kirk was, quote, divisive. I disagree with that, and I think Matthew Dowd is a total D-bag. I don't know that I would fire him for that.
Well, again, I agree with you.
I thought it was in poor taste, but
here's the thing, though. It's up to, if MSNBC wants to cut ties with him, that's up to them.
Well, they did
because they have an image problem right now.
Which is what they did, which I'm 100% fine with. If a corporation decides that they this is bad for their brand or bad for their business, and they want to fire that person for something they said, that's fine.
Which is what they did.
All I'm saying is that all of these people on social media now and all these conservatives now are like, yeah, let's get these these people fired. Let's get that. Like, just be very careful about this. And Bryn Mawr Builders on the YouTube chat brings up a good point. Should Brian Kilmeade have been fired for what he said yesterday? We played the clip.
No, but I would have punished him for not paying. I would have punished him for not paying attention because I think he was zoning out. Okay. I think he totally did not even hear.
But the point is, to Bryn Mawr Builder, anchor people have been fired for saying such things, and he could be fired. And he still could face repercussions. He's but
I actually think Gutfeld I think Gutfeld could be in hot water. I texted you guys this yesterday. I know they have the ability to say stuff on TV that we can't get away with FCC-wise. Like, I know everybody thinks that we have this unlimited free speech. We actually don't. We work for a company. Odyssey could say, Nick Kayal, you're making our brand look bad. Sorry, we're going elsewhere. But more importantly,
you do make the English language look bad.
Oh, I've butchered that thing. Yeah. I am the exact reason why you should have school choice and go to a better school. I'm the product of Easton and Temple. Trust me, not worth the dollars that go into it. But, we have to adhere to FCC rules. I don't have free range to say whatever the heck I want. There are certain times where I let something slip in an expletive and Stalker has to hit the dump button. I actually think, forget Kilmeade for a second, I think Gutfeld better watch. Gutfeld went on a cursing tirade yesterday that went mega viral, where he's just going off cursing nonstop.
Please, it's
at
like
Tarlov.
Please, it's like Dawn and I arguing.
No, but I'm telling you,
they're I've seen them backstage. They're friends. Stop with this.
You don't think that
Jimmy Fallon loves Jessica Tarlov?
You don't. Oh, I'm not saying I don't. I mean, I'm sure she's probably a fine, nice person to talk to, but when she's on TV, she's got a role to fill. Like I understand how the sauce is made. But, you don't think there might be somebody corporately in Fox looking at him saying, dude, dial back the curse words?
I think just the opposite. I think they're like, hey, guys, we're trying to compete with podcasts, and Megyn Kelly's cursing every other word.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we turn up the volume a little bit?
Oh.
That's what...
Jeez.
Please.
I thought Christian...
Do you need me to explain anything else to you?
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, look, I loved it. I thought it was glorious, but I'm just saying, be careful, man.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
What
were we talking about, by the way?
Yeah, so Bernadette Doherty is the Republican running for Ambler tax collector.
Hey, Bernadette, wake up. Dawn's trying to get a hold of you.
Wake up. Dan Borowski, we had Jimmy Kelly. Everybody was trying to get a hold of her. Why are you hiding from us?
Does Bernadette even know she's in the race?
So it's, but in this one, nobody was fired. This is the tax collector and a leader she's a Democrat leader in Montgomery County. And so she resigned from one position that's a larger position, perhaps because her own party said that was, she should do that. But it'll be up to the voters to decide the other job. So we'll continue to follow that one. We've talked about J.D. Vance's comments, controversial as he was filling in for the Charlie Kirk podcast. Other Trump officials were involved in that one. And then remember that today we are going to see the Fed with this start of meetings going on. Will the Federal Reserve Board, what will they vote on? And will they lower interest rates finally? It's predicted they will lower them by a 0.25 percentage point, but will it be a 0.5 point or will it be at all? And this as Lisa Cook's case, because she's on that board and has refused to resign amid allegations and some filings that in fact she committed mortgage fraud, but she has refused to resign her position from the board at the Fed. Will that case, now that one court has ruled that she did not have due process in having enough time to respond to these allegations, she remains on the board. It's expected that the Trump administration will now move toward pushing this up to the Supreme Court, to SCOTUS. So you're probably going to see that today. Okay. And by the way, President Trump, I think this is on the docket today, so I'll just highlight it, filing a defamation suit against the New York Times. Another big one. It's another big one.
Ties into my whole speech argument today about speech.
Yes.
$15 billion again.
Does anybody, honest to God, I think I've said this on the air before.
The lawyers always win.
I know I've said this off the air. You're exactly right, Dawn. The amount of money that this guy has spent in litigation could probably end starvation worldwide 10 times over. And whether it's him going after somebody or him going after, or somebody else going after him and him having to retain a lawyer to defend himself. I would love to know what his lifetime court fees are. Has to be in the billions.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Yeah, because you're right. No matter where this goes, even if the suit itself is dropped or settled out of court, the lawyers all get paid.
He goes to the
on
court.
both sides.
He goes to court more than I go to the bathroom. And I make about 6 stops a day. Drink a lot of water, by the way.
By the way, just to update you on the 2 state troopers in Pennsylvania who were hurt there were 2 suspects arrested after that pursuit on I-95 in Delaware County ended in a crash. So the update on these troopers, as far as this goes, they were injured, but these look like non-life-threatening injuries, but injured in the crash, taken to Christiana Hospital in Delaware, treated for their injuries, and they're now recovering at home. So just wanted to update that one because I had a couple of people asking me about that one. For us in sports, the great news is, yes, our Philadelphia Phillies were in it again, 2 consecutive years clinching the NL East, but with a lot of work to do. And that happened in the wee hours of this morning, specifically 1:06 a.m. Our Phillies clinching the NL East and now moving on to a red October.
Here's the sports hot take for you. You're not going to get down the hall because it's actually well thought out.
That's a new segment. Down the hall.
Down the hall. I'm joking. Phillies right now are the hottest team in baseball, have been for quite some time. And the Eagles have shown you they can win in a multitude of ways. They've won 17 of their last 18 overall games, including last year's regular season, the playoffs, and this year. If there was ever a chance for the Phillies and Eagles to go back-to-back in a matter of months,
it's this season.
This is the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's good news.
I don't disagree with that.
I'm not saying take it to the bank.
Okay.
Or Citizens Bank, for that matter. But it's close.
Wait, so when you say take it to the bank, that means you're not betting on it yet?
Not yet. Not yet. I need to do a little more research.
You need to see a couple more games from the Eagles, too.
I do.
I don't have any doubt about the Phillies. The Eagles, a little bit.
Feeling Eagles, Bills.
A little bit.
Phillies, Blue Jays.
So there are more, by the way, rip currents, dangerous rip currents down the Jersey Shore. So we got that going on. And as well today, I know we want to get to the forecast. 67 degrees right now. A little cooler today, Nick.
That is correct, Dawn. 67, but we're only going up about 7 or 8 more degrees. A high of 73 today. About a 15% chance of some little spritzing.
Tomorrow's a better chance, I think. Of rain,
tomorrow's a better chance.
We need the rain.
Closer to
I know
40%.
we do.
I know. My lawn is all burned out.
Yeah.
And my Natural Lawn of America, so they came by and did the free seeding,
Yeah.
So, so then I'm out there, we're watering.
You've been seeded.
I've been seeded.
Dawn's been seeded, and she will have growth shortly.
Yes.
Philly weather brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right.
We have to break.
Yeah. Let me ask you. This is a very unprofessional thing to do. I should just go with one or the other. Well, would you like the corporate speech with pharma, or do you want to lighten it up with an influencer mom who's being ridiculed for making her kids pay for certain items?
Let's do the free speech thing, and then we'll do we can fit them both in.
All right, let's try to squeeze both in. We'll do a little seating during the break, like Dawn just said. And I want to really get to this pharma story because I've said this many times on the air that I've never liked how we just get inundated with pharma ads on television. Well, Bobby and Marty, they're doing something about it. The details and whether or not this is a restriction on speech. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Got to talk about Kitchen Magic. They believe hard work should be rewarded. And this month, they're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, Kitchen Magic, proudly American-made, tariff-proof, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchens and bath remodels for more than 45 years now. And right now, for this entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and every bathroom project. 40% off installation. So this is the perfect time right now, right? To bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't put it off. Call Kitchen Magic. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com Tell them Dawn sent you.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Have you been considering purchasing an electric vehicle? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles want to remind you that the $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles ends September 30th. That's $7,500 towards a new BMW i4, i5, or i7. What about a Jaguar I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or a Mercedes-Benz EQE? Visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Browse their extensive vehicle collection at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino, Street Road in Penn Salem, Thursday, September 25th. It's headliner Steve Ranazizi. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrax4u.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$7:27 on a Tuesday morning, the 16th of September. It is Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg taking you through your morning commute. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Odyssey, iHeartRadio apps. Those are cool. YouTube, even better. Also, don't forget, download the podcast. Many of you living very busy lives, not living and breathing everything J.B. Pritzker or Scott Bessent might say. So, you get the chance to get your news fix at 6:45 in the evening while you're on the treadmill for 28 minutes. Download the podcast. Apple iTunes.
Specifically Apple. I'm asking every Apple iPhone user to go to the podcasts in your phone here. Hang on. For those of you on YouTube, I'm going to show you. Podcasts.
This is
Riveting Radio.
Directions with visuals. Starring
See?
Craig Stocker.
See, so you can see. Hang on. There we go.
There you go.
Here,
Yeah.
do a one-shot close-up on this.
What's that big fat thing in the middle? Oh, that's me.
See,
Damn.
hit the follow button. Okay?
Yeah.
There you go.
Does it say follow, or does it have like a little symbol?
Well, see, I've already followed it, so I can't, I don't know.
Okay. Well, we've established you can't triple stamp a double stamp, and yep, got it.
Okay?
All
and
right.
it automatically downloads to your phone. Specifically Apple iPhone users. Thank you. Yes, I'm being discriminatory. I don't care.
Stocker has a new professional target that he's zeroing in on.
I do. My whole life, my whole career is just one target after another.
I know.
And I love it. You come in this space, you're dead to me. That's all I'm saying.
855-839-1210. So, corporate speech, right?
Yeah.
Like we've talked about, many different arenas and what type of speech is permitted, which ones are embraced, which ones are shunned, which ones are protected by the First Amendment. But I find this to be interesting. And, I like to kind of bring up some of the stories that I disagree with because it, I think, creates, more compelling content in radio. And I don't have a problem with the Wall Street Journal, although I feel like they kind of go back and forth, and I'm not really sure. Like, the Washington Post stands for one thing. The New York Post stands for the opposite. The Wall Street Journal, I guess, maybe bipartisan, but this is an op-ed, so take it for what it's worth. And the editorial board penned a column yesterday with the headline, HHS tries to stifle corporate speech. And they wrote the following. Mr. Kennedy and the Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Marty McCary last week announced a crackdown. We didn't even get to this story because of the Charlotte stabbing and the Charlie Kirk death, and this was on my radar all week long last week. But the crackdown on what they call deceptive drug advertising. Only radical transparency will break the cycle of over-medicalization that drives America's chronic disease epidemic, Mr. Kennedy said. What's really going on here, they write, is an effort to use government regulation to ban advertising for pharmaceuticals. This is a longtime project of the political left and Mr. Kennedy, who is now on the right with Donald Trump. But because this would violate the First Amendment, he's going to try to bring it in through the back door. The FDA currently requires drug makers to disclose significant side effects in their ads and provide a, quote, fair balance of information. And they've done so since 1997. They go on to write the agency has allowed drug makers to direct consumers to a website and speak with a medical professional to learn more about a medicine's risk rather than list every potential minor side effect. That's because research has shown that consumers tune out serious side effects when they hear a laundry list of minor and rare risks during ads. That according to the National Advertising Bureau. Mr. Kennedy and Dr. Marty McCary plan to require manufacturers to disclose all of these sundry potential side effects anyway. McCary also said the FDA is implementing AI and other tech-enabled tools to proactively surveil and review drug ads. So maybe my First Amendment absolutism is being called into question here in the form of hypocrisy, but I didn't realize that this was, quote, protected speech, according to the Wall Street Journal. I don't know really how it could be or why it is, and maybe that's up for a lawyer out there or somebody much more legally astute than yours truly. But to me, it just creates this awful cycle. We get, and look, I'm one of these believers that know what you consume, right? If you eat McDonald's, it's not good for you. You should know that. If you drink every day, it's not good for you. You should know that. If you want to smoke cigarettes, that's fine. There's a reason why there's a Surgeon General warning on the box. But this cycle of big food, right? And I'm all for Kennedy cleaning up our foods with artificial dyes and all these other substances that prolong the shelf life of products. But when you think about the cycle, big food, crappy stuff, cheap, we eat it, we consume it, it poisons us, we get sick. Then we go around the cycle. We take a pill. Then we see a doctor. Then we see another doctor. Then we take 2 pills. Then we amplify our dosage. And then we have a surgery. And then we're suggested by medical professionals, how about you try the shot? Whether it's weight loss, whether it's over-the-counter supplements, whether it's FDA approved or not, it just seems very diabolical. And it's always bothered me. And I feel like I have an argument to be made and I have some ground to stand on when we have confirmed on on past shows when we've talked about this topic, there's only 2 countries on the planet that advertise pharmaceuticals at this rate. The United States and one of the countries over where Dawn's originally from, right? Like, what is it? Is it Sweden, Switzerland? I don't know. It's one of those
originally from
Scandinavian nations.
How far back does Dawn have to go to be orially from there?
My great. Who would it be? My great.
You have no ties to it whatsoever.
Yes, I do. My great grandfather.
You've got blood.
No ties.
You've got some of that blood
That's
in
not
you.
true, Greg. My great grandfather.
Think about this though. Japan
graduated from college from a Lutheran, ministry, if you will.
There you go. The more you know. Yeah. Japan, China, Russia, North Korea, South Korea, Italy, England, Canada, Mexico. Nobody is advertising pharmaceuticals except for the United States and one other said nation that is slipping my mind at this point. So is this overreach by Bobby and Marty McCary and HHS? Because I feel like a lot of Americans are out there saying, you know what? Yeah, maybe we always talk about dialing things back, right? Toning down all this stuff with political violence. But you cannot sit down, and for those of us that still watch television in some form or fashion, live or on demand with DVR, with whether you have cable or you stream, you can't get through one stop set, which is a chunk of commercials, sorry for the insider lingo, but you can't get through a 3.5-minute commercial right now. Signal relief, exclusive offer, 20%, scan the QR code. It'll make your knee feel better. And I get it. Side effects, maybe it impacts 2% of people that take it, or 6%, or 0.37%. It just seems wrong. Should it be protected? Or is Bobby and Marty and HHS out of line? Because the converse is, I'll expose the other side that are saying this is overreach. You had no problem shoving COVID shots and booster shots down our throat. It's interesting. When the mainstream media accepts pharma with a White House administration and a group of NIH people and CDC people that are pushing Pfizer, that are pushing Johnson & Johnson, that are pushing Moderna, well, it's in your best interest. Bobby Kennedy and Marty McCary want to scale this back to protect dopes out there that are seeing an 800 number and think it's the be-all, end-all to fix their problem. And then all of a sudden they say it's government overreach. So where do we stand on this with the government pushing said products versus the government trying to restrict the advertisement of other said products?
Okay, so the Wall Street Journal editorial board, their headline says the HHS is trying to stifle corporate speech.
Yep.
And that's the headline, accusing RFK Jr. and Dr. Marty McCary that they want to regulate these pharma ads so that they are no longer feasible. I think actually regulating pharma ads is a good thing.
So do I.
Here's why.
So do I.
Because it's not about stifling corporate speech. I think that's the wrong headline with the Wall Street Journal. What especially Dr. Marty McCary and RFK Jr., what I believe they're trying to do is restore the patient-doctor relationship. And so let me give you an example. I don't know if you know this or not, but I have relatives who've worked for Apple over the years, Apple being computers. So just to give you an example, at the Apple store back in the day when Steve Jobs started the concept, they wanted people to come into the store, have an experience, and have a relationship with somebody. And there was no timed element to how long you could spend with that person who greets you at the Apple store. Now, do you know that when you go to the Apple store, they are timed? So they have like 6 minutes or 9 minutes, whatever that minute time limit is, that person at Apple has with you. If they haven't resolved your problem, then they'll kick you over to the whatever help at desk. There's a similar program, I don't know if you knew this or not, with doctors. When you go to your general practitioner doctor, right, or any doctor, when you go there, they're timed essentially. They have to hit some checkpoints. They are rushing you through because they have to hit so many patients. And so it's not as if they're supposed to be sitting there knowing you and treating you as a whole person. That's what we're hearing now as a pushback to corporations and as well pharmaceutical companies having the lead in our medical care. Because the whole push is to see you as a whole person. To say, well, Nick Kayal, I know that both of your parents died relatively young. That, how can we make sure that you have all the preventive care? And even though some tests for people are not recommended till 55 or 60 or 65, depending on your family history, maybe we want to start some of these tests.
Maybe I should start
earlier.
a full body scan starting this January.
Yeah, right?
Every year.
Seriously. And so that's essentially what they're pushing for. And what they're saying is that these pharma ads and all of this on this push is convincing people, oh, I need that pill. I need that pill. And they're not having the conversation with their doctor, which is you should have that conversation with your doctor.
See, I think you nailed it. This is about not only reestablishing the patient-to-doctor relationship, this is also ending the presumptive patient-to-pharmaceutical ad relationship where we bypass, and some of us are guilty of this. We don't even necessarily fall for the ad on TV. We just go online, become a Google doctor ourselves, which every doctor will tell you, and I think rightfully so, not because they're trying to protect their profits. You could go nuts if you start trying to self-diagnose yourself on Google with like a search. And I'm not talking about serious chronic disease and illness and cancer and diabetes, but, oh, man, my right forearm is constantly sore when I do this.
You might have cancer.
And then you start Googling it, and you think you might have 14 different things. And then you go to the doctor, and you waste all this money on different imaging, and the doctor says, you're clean as a whistle, right? Like, you drive yourself nuts with that. But I'm looking at the First Amendment. I don't see anything in here with protections of religion, freedom, press, the assembly, government, establishment clause, free exercise clause, not to get too super deep in the weeds. I don't understand how this is protected.
It's not. This is a BS headline. HHS tries to stifle corporate speech. What, by controlling ads? By the way, we control all kinds of ads. Well, cigarette ads, alcohol ads. So the fact that they're saying that ads by any corporation is somehow stifling corporate speech. I just think it's interesting that their first line of their op-ed is, quote, conservatives rightly criticize the Biden team for trying to suppress speech they disliked.
Right. Remember when we tried to challenge the effectiveness of the COVID shot? Remember 100% safe and effective. You were shut down, which to me was a free speech violation, not because Twitter deemed it to do so. Twitter had the right to shut you down. But when the government strong arms the social media company into curtailing speech, that is where the First Amendment violation comes in my
Advertising is not the same as free speech. It's, to me, this op-ed, the fact that a board put this column together is bizarre.
Here's that sentence again. This is a longtime project of the political left and Mr. Kennedy. But because this would violate the First Amendment, he's trying to do it by the back door. That is categorically wrong based on everything I'm seeing.
We have to break.
Kayal and Company cut sheet is coming up.
Wait, with the cut sheet, we're going to keep doing the free speech thing because Pam Bondi is a, what's the word I'm looking for? Idiot.
She's not an idiot.
I will explain.
That's amazing. Between her and Jasmine Crockett, I couldn't get past 90 days of
Pam
law
Bondi
school.
is not an idiot.
I know.
I'll explain.
Stay right there.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers.
your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, we're past Labor Day, but at United Tire and Service, there is still reason to celebrate thanks to their end of summer sales event. Now through September 16th, BF Goodrich is offering a $100 rebate, and United Tire is doubling it with $100 in instant savings on any 4 BF Goodrich passenger or light truck tires. That's $200 in savings. Hurry to your locally owned United Tire and Service location or get yourself to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
They say the only guarantee in life are death and taxes. But when you enter retirement, those are the 2 things you're looking to avoid. Proper planning with a retirement phase expert can help you reduce the burden taxes can have on your hard-earned savings. This week's expert report highlights the importance of a little-known IRS law known as the exclusion ratio, which can help you save big on your taxes. Now, there are 3 rules. 1, you must be 59 and a half or older. 2, the money utilized must be in non-qualified accounts. And 3, the exclusion ratio only applies to financial life insurance investment vehicles. Here's how it works. Under the exclusion ratio, you can have a 10-year income, and 85% of that income would be tax-free every single one of those years. So let's say you're taking a $100,000 income. You would only be taxed on $15,000 of that income. Now think about what that would do for your tax return and how it may lower your tax bracket, how it can lower your monthly payments to Medicare, but most importantly, keep your money out of Uncle Sam's pocket and in your own pocket. Seek out a retirement phase expert with specialized training on the safe alternatives to Wall Street from the financial life insurance industry that can help you become more tax efficient.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
7:46 live on a Tuesday morning, September 16th. Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on all of your apps, Odyssey, iHeart. Watch us on YouTube as we get ready for what Greg Stocker says is his favorite day of the week, a Tuesday. What's on the cut sheet?
Not my favorite day of the week. It's the best day of the cut sheet.
on the cut sheet.
Yeah, what's in the cut sheets on this Tuesday? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyota and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. By the way, they're a family-owned business. Brian Krieger, a great guy. Family-owned business. Remember to go up and thank Brian for sponsoring what's on the cut sheet. Shake his hand. Or you can stop by and ask for the GM, Jack, the general manager, Jack Donaldson. GM for those in the biz. The GM, Jack. GM Jack. I'm GM Jack.
Sounds like a wacky FM DJ.
Hey, hanging out with you. Here's GM Jack.
Another commercial-free rock block coming up. We got the Who, Zepp, and the Stones. Stay there.
Can you imagine people actually staying there for the Who, Zepp, and the Rolling Stones? Like, I love all those bands, but like, I could just put on my Spotify and play them myself.
That might be my next venture. The more I think about it.
Spotify?
No, just wacky FM music DJ. Is that still a thing?
No. It's gonna be obsolete in 2 years.
I mean,
it's gonna be AI generated. Hey, what would you like to hear? You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be your own personal DJs that are doing it.
Yeah. I just thinking, I've already conquered.
You know who can't be replaced? What we do.
That's right.
So thank you.
Yeah, you find a robot, Odyssey, that can sit here and give the camaraderie,
it would definitely have
broadcast excellence, the entertainment value that a robot can give with the three of us here.
It would definitely have a better command of the English language than you do.
But you know what? Those who have mastered the English language, many are very boring people.
That's true.
You know?
That's right.
It's true.
They are,
true.
even if they're a master debater.
That's right.
Master debater. All right. Okay. Let's get into what people care about.
Let's get it back to the Eagles.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says that there's free speech and then there's hate speech.
Okay.
And it just seems to me like we are going, hang on. Thank you. We actually let that whole thing play out.
Closed captioning provided by the following.
Play that horn.
It just seems to me like, and I said this earlier, I'm going to be consistent, that free speech, hate speech is not an actual thing. It's a thing that government and people make up so they can crack down on speech that they don't like. I'm just saying that.
Even though every college has a class, my son's Penn State taking one. There are all kinds of classes on hate speech.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're
required to take them.
Well, colleges are a giant waste of money. So I hope you and Larry are happy that you're throwing all that money out the drain or down the drain, because it ain't gonna be worth it. That ain't gonna be worth the paper it's printed on by the time David is done with school.
This is Michael at Penn State.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, him either. All right, let's debate what Pam Bondi said. 30.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
She's a moron. She's an absolute moron.
Let me try to give the best.
Can I just say one thing?
Yep.
Let me just read this. Mm-hmm. Hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's all speech. And all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. You know who wrote that? Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
So F you, Pam Bondi.
No, here's the thing about this very conversation, and it's a fun, for me, it's a fun conversation to have. But you're right. You know who would nail it? That's what is so sad to me. Charlie Kirk would have owned this conversation, and he would agree with Greg Stocker.
Thank you.
Here's what I believe, if I could just kind of parse through what they're all saying And what was serious to me that I took note of, I mean, Stephen Miller and the Vice President of the United States and all of those political, people with jobs in the government. Okay. Yep. These are not commentators. So that makes it serious. So I believe that there's a big difference between somebody who makes a threat, and that threat is backed up by some level of planning or plotting to harm people. But that's not what I would call threatening speech or even hate speech. It's a plot. It's a plan, right? And so I think that what Pam Bondi, I believe, she's somebody who's trying to describe plans or plots to hurt individuals, to hurt people, to silence them. That's different because it is an action. But until the words go into an action, you have to be careful with that. And I have no doubt that law enforcement at every level has dealt with that. And even I imagine that there are people in law enforcement who feel frustrated by this issue, that they're in situations, whether it's a domestic situation or a mental health situation. We've heard about this. We've heard about parents, caregivers, that sort of thing, husbands and wives, where they say, well, this person is they've threatened me, this and that. And they'll literally say, well, until they do something or show an action, we're powerless. We can't help you. I mean, that's something that I think law enforcement deals with on a routine basis. But Greg, to your point, you're exactly right. If somebody has hate speech or love speech, that's a concept.
Who defines it? Who defines what hate speech is?
It's still speech.
Well, you know what it really reminds me of? What is the definition of pornography, right? You go back to that Supreme Court case, you know it when you see it.
Yeah.
Hate speech, you know it when you see it, or you know it when you hear it. Whether something legally has a definition or common sense would imply that it exists, I think needs to be analyzed. I do think there is hate speech. I don't think the government should curtail or police it. I think you overcome it by better speech.
She's saying go after.
Yeah,
she
I don't
wants
agree
to go
with that.
after these people. That is what she is saying.
Okay, so let's go through some examples. If somebody says on social media that works for a company, Bob Johnson works for Home Depot, and he posts on X, I want left-wingers to kill all white Christian males. Or let's flip it around. Bob Johnson works for Home Depot and says, I want every black human being killed. Is that hate speech? Does that lead to cancel culture? Does that lead to consequence culture with your employer? Is that something the government should arrest you for?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So then there's a couple other layers to this. I want to highlight a tweet, Zioli, actually 2 tweets from Rich. I think he nails these. 9 hours ago, Rich said, since we're talking about canceling, if we can't agree there's a difference firing a comedian for jokes and a professor celebrating murder, then we have major problems. To quote Jules, it ain't the same effing ballpark. It ain't the same league. It ain't even the same effing sport. But let me just go to this next one that Rich tweets. Speech doesn't incite violence. Idiots committing violence incite violence. We spent years defending Trump from the left's ridiculous claim that his words incited the Capitol riot. We need to take a breath and stop throwing around the word incitement. Enough already. But let me ask you this, because these are all great ideas and great thoughts, and I agree with them. But then when you start applying real life examples, so speech doesn't incite violence. I tend to agree with that. But if you're mentally ill, let's say Tyler Robinson, mentally ill, Ryan Wesley Ruth, Thomas Matthew Crooks, any of these people, left wing or right wing, that commit or attempt to accomplish these heinous acts. If you're mentally ill and you were driven to do this because you can't process and separate what a politician says versus what you apply practically to your life, how do we police and judge it then? Is it case by case? I would argue anybody that tries to commit a mass shooting is mentally ill. So I do think, and I ripped Nancy Pelosi yesterday, rightfully so. What do you mean you can't apologize, Nancy? For 10 years, you've been calling Trump, Hitler, and Republicans fascists. Eventually, there's somebody out there that's going to believe what you are saying. I think there is an indirect correlation between hammering home something repeatedly. Same thing. It's no different than training your dog, right? Eventually, your dog learns to sit because it's repetitive behavior. Same thing with flushing an 8-iron on the golf course. Why do pros hit it dead straight 160 yards? Muscle memory. They've reinforced it over and over and over and over again. So I don't know that there is a exact answer to all of this, but I am a believer in absolute speech. But that does not mean that we shouldn't have consequences. I'm not saying that government, and I know I'm talking a lot here, but I don't disagree with Dawn or Greg here with what Pam Bondi said as far as, I agree hate speech exists, but I don't want her going after people for it. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I think that here's what I would say about it.
And I agree she is an idiot.
She's not an idiot. Pam Bondi in this conversation, and we've seen this with Pam Bondi. Let's just go back to when she went on the Jesse Waters show, and she's an attorney who's argued in court, and so she's somebody who has a vast knowledge of the law, and so I wish she would quote the law here. I wish she would quote the law and talk about what law you can go after people for threatening action and their plotting and planning to harm people. And so with free speech, the First Amendment, it's your public expression of your opinion without censorship. That's it. If you say things that are loving or hateful or so on, then look, it might be abhorrent to all of us. We may hate it. We may just shudder to think of it. It may be really ugly and nasty. But for her as an official within the United States government, she needs to specify what exactly she's talking about.
Great. It's a good
I
point.
would say the same thing with Stephen Miller, who was a little more specific, and Vice President Vance as well yesterday, speaking about this, because what they're talking about is cases by which there are people working together, coordinating together in coordinated efforts to then pass out printed information or information that's printed or passed along, let's say, on devices that is encouraging others to target people for their political beliefs and, quote unquote, harass them, make them miserable, or take physical action against not only them, but also their families.
Yes.
And so at what point does that crossover between, well, hey, I'm free on the internet and using the airwaves, which are, the airwaves right now are government regulated. And if you're using such airwaves to pass along messages to others, to transmit war against people, to make that person intimidated, to make that person fearful, to physically do actions against that individual's freedom or liberty, well, now you're talking about more than just free speech.
Right. Well, and I agree. And I think the way I look at this, a general statement versus a targeted individual or a targeted place. If I were to tweet, I want all Jews to die, that is a general awful statement, but it's general as in the entire Jewish population. Now, if I tweet, I want Ben Shapiro dead, or I'm going to kill Ben Shapiro, should the government intervene?
Well,
if I tweet,
the FBI should definitely look into it. Absolutely.
Right. Which is what I've been saying. Like when libs of TikTok find these people calling for violence and tag the FBI, I hope Kash Patel and these guys are investigating every one of them.
Absolutely.
Because the one that you don't could lead to a tragedy.
Again, that's consequences of your actions. But Pam Bondi stated, we will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech. Like she's very, very wrong in what she's saying.
What she's doing is she's using the terminology, quote unquote, hate speech as a very general term. If I were the person interviewing her in that interview, I would say to her, obviously a lot of people are going to say, well, hate speech, although abhorrent, is still speech. It's still free speech covered under the First Amendment, is it not? And if you're referring in a general term, can you give me a specific term or a specific example of exactly what you are talking about? Because you're talking about a type of communication. So I wouldn't even use the word speech because it's a communication. And that's right there. Pam Bondi, don't say speech, say communication. And why don't you say communication of threats against individuals and those threats pushing people to do actions against people to harm people.
Yeah, and also the targeting of certain groups or general populations with specific targets. I mean, New Year's morning, what were we talking about the next morning? The guy driving his car down Bourbon Street on New Year's. Same thing, Times Square. Any mass gathering. What did we see on October 7th as we approached the 2-year anniversary? We saw people targeted at a mass gathering. But then let me ask you this. If we don't want the government to intervene, is it up to us to take it upon ourselves? Richard Notaro, our buddy Dick on X, just sent us a tweet. The government isn't arresting any of these people who post vile remarks after Charlie Kirk's murder on social media.
Yeah, that's right.
People are notifying employers that they have abhorrent individuals working for them. What the employer does is their decision. So if we don't want Pam Bondi and the powers that be to go after these individuals for, quote, hate speech, should we also not want all of us to police each other and report Bob to Home Depot saying, hey, Home Depot, did you see what your employee at store 3217 said?
I mean, if you're doing if you're doing things like that, and I believe sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Yep.
So yeah, if you're posting things on Twitter, you're smooth brained enough to think that there's not going to be consequences for that, then I'm fine with your somebody notifying your employer that, hey, this represent you. Like I'm fine with that. All I'm saying is that I don't want the government. I don't want the government anywhere near defining what hate speech is. Hate speech is not a real thing. Hate speech is what they use to define something that they don't like. As abhorrent and as awful as what these people are saying about Charlie Kirk is, they have the right to say that. They have the right to say it. And if Elon Musk doesn't want it on his Twitter, then that's up to him. Yeah. If he wants to block them or whatever he wants to do, that's up to him.
So then it basically comes down to free will, right? Because it's not just speech, it's actions. We have the ability to say anything or do anything, but just know there are repercussions, right?
Yes.
There's nothing.
There are consequences.
There is nothing preventing
what you
me.
Say.
Right. There's nothing preventing me right now from turning around and going into the studio and strangling Phil Almquist to death, right?
Oh my God!
Right? There's literally nothing preventing me from doing that, but I'm going to go to jail. Well, Dawn will body slam me, and then Stalker will put me in the figure four.
I'll get him in my.
But you understand my point, like
my scissor hold with my very strong legs.
In a free society, as humans, right? Like it's really you're self-policing yourself, and others police others, but. Ultimately, we're free to do anything as long as we're not incapacitated or incarcerated. We're free to do things.
So a Secret Service agent is among those who's on leave right now after posting disparaging remarks on social media about assassinated Christian conservative Charlie Kirk.
Disparaging as what?
And so talked about karma, said this is karma. And so this person is being investigated. This is one of the most curious to me, and I know that we have a large base of people who are in the law enforcement, the greater law enforcement community. But I remember this, Greg, when Philadelphia police for their Facebook comments, were being hunted down by the Kenney administration.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yep.
So law enforcement is held to a higher standard,
but they're policing their own.
Yep. But this is Secret Service, which falls under obviously law enforcement.
I also want consistency too. Like all of Scott Pressler and all these people that are shedding light on these people that are saying the awful things. I hope when Biden kicks the bucket and awful things are said about him, I hope that the right does the same thing then. You know what I mean? Since we're equal opportunity offenders and we don't like when people say things, awful things about dead people. Then I'm hoping they do the same thing.
See, this brings us to
for a prominent Democrat when they kick the bucket.
Well, this brings us to the both sides and the whataboutisms that Gutfeld being blasted Tarlov for yesterday. And I know crime stats are one thing and political violence statistics are another thing. And you can sit here and point out the flaws of the right. You can sit here and point out the flaws of the left. But to my recollection, and look, I bring stories in here from all sorts of mainstream outlets, People, Wall Street Journal, USA Today. So I'm not necessarily, giving you stuff that you see on right-wing Substack out there every morning. But to my knowledge, I don't recall people wishing death and vile things and ill will towards Joe Biden, Kamala Harris.
Oh, if you can,
Jill.
If you
does it exist? I'm sure you can
dig
find
deep
it
enough. If you have the
but
internet,
is it smacking
sleuths
us in the face like it does on this side to the Trump administration?
It's smacking us in the face because of the algorithms and the sites and the influencers that everybody follows.
Okay,
because everybody follows the same ones. And they all post the same thing. So that's why it's smacking us in the face.
Valid, but let me take it to the next layer. If this was happening at the same frequency, and we're talking about just ill will and awful wishes for political adversaries, don't we think that mainstream media and the plethora of outlets that exist would be covering it? If it was as rampant against Biden as it is Trump and Republicans, wouldn't CBS and NBC and CNN and the New York Times and the Washington Post be wall-to-wall coverage with it?
Are you joking?
No. I mean, if Republicans were as awful with speech about wanting Democrats dead as the left is with Trump, wouldn't mainstream media be covering it? My point being, I'm not saying that what Stocker's saying is wrong, where that we get fed certain things based on algorithms. I do believe there are people on the right that wish ill will upon those on the left. My point is, it's not nearly as rampant, and it's not just algorithms feeding us what we consume. If it was happening, if MAGA Republicans were saying, I hope Kamala Harris gets picked off from 200 yards on a rooftop.
Where? Who said that?
Am I not making sense here?
No, Nick.
Wouldn't the mainstream media be covering it? Are you listening?
You know why they're not covering it?
Because it doesn't exist as much.
Happen.
That's my point. You just made my
point. And that was
J.D.
Vance's point.
Oh. I don't know. I gotta go back and listen to myself. Maybe I'm the one not relaying the message.
I'm just saying.
That's my point.
Yeah, I got your point, but it's just that was J.D. Vance's point.
Yeah,
J.D. Vance's
right.
point, and it's why in newsroom I worked in news. My entire career, I had people who recognized I was a conservative, and they would say, "Hey, stay on the down low as a conservative. Don't ever, even though you're surrounded by very liberal people in your newsroom who I was friends with and respected, and there's something with it." And I had people over the years in my career saying, "Isn't it weird that as conservatives, we're the side that celebrates free speech. We are the side as conservatives who can handle it." But it's like the Jack Nicholson line, you can't handle the truth.
Right.
The truth is that far left liberals, they lose their minds. They cannot handle the truth and want to stifle us. And that's what we've seen.
Yeah, it goes to the same thing like I always say with the trans community. I keep hearing that the trans community is under attack. Where are those stories? Where are the newspaper articles, the website links, the wall-to-wall television coverage? All I see about the trans community is school shooting after school shooting, and there's about 7 or 8 of them in the last 7 to 8 years. Again, not saying it happens all the time. School shootings in general do not happen more than they did 30 years ago. We've done that math exercise where they're just covered more, and social media accelerates and exasperates it with it being jammed down your throat. But when's the last time a trans kid was beaten to a pulp or, God forbid, killed? Not that that should ever happen. Not that that should ever be condoned. Wouldn't Good Morning America be covering it for days? Nate Burleson and Gayle King would be lecturing us. Brian Stelter's potato head would explode. I'm not saying trans kids don't get bullied. I'm sure there's a trans kid in the Wissahickon School District right now that's dealing with some 8th grade idiot that's harassing him. And I'm not saying that's right, but under attack, because then when you feed people that are mentally ill and disturbed the belief that they're under attack, they go on the offensive.
Well, murders of trans people have, just covering this in my lifetime, right, in my career, are trans people more likely to be in domestic situations and murdered or maimed? Yes, but not by so-called right-wing conservatives, but rather in domestic close encounters, let's say.
Their partners When they,
yes,
when they
domestic situations.
When they try and go up the skirt and they realize there's a twig and berries there, and they're like, hell no!
That might set somebody off.
Or
right.
just in volatile domestic situations.
You thought you were shopping for produce and you got rump roast.
One more with Pam Bondi. We discussed the Office Depot thing yesterday. She was on with Hannity and saying that they're actually going to go after the employees at Office Depot now. So the government's going to go after them too. So this is good. This is great.
That's horrific. It's free speech.
Dawn's point here. Hang on yesterday. Dawn's point yesterday about Jack the Baker was actually a very spot on one. There are mild differences, but it's a very spot on one. And what she's saying right now is just the complete antithesis of that. Roll this.
That's horrific. It's free speech, but you shouldn't be employed anywhere if you're going to say that. And employers, you have an obligation to get rid of people. You need to look at people who are saying horrible things, and they shouldn't be working with you. Businesses cannot discriminate. If you want to go in and print posters with Charlie's pictures on them for a vigil, you have to let them do that. We can prosecute you for that. I have Harmeet Dillon right now in our civil rights unit looking at that immediately, that Office Depot had done that. We're looking at that. But Sean,
they're looking at this. They're looking. They have you absolutely have to do it. No, businesses have to do anything they don't want to do.
Yeah, it's up to
How
the
about
owner.
that?
It's up
How
to
about
the
that?
owner.
You dope.
It's up to whether you're a small business or a Fortune 500 company. You have your own policy.
She's an effing moron.
So the question here is what specifically then is the crime? And I don't know that in her capacity, she should be saying that businesses should go after these people. I would prefer that she say, because she's a government official, government officials should say to private employers, hey, private employers, I would encourage you to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really serious on this.
The government should say absolutely nothing.
So if you're going to say anything at all, encourage your employees to do the right thing, because, quite frankly, you put yourself out there. If you're a private company, it's why we have to do all this training that we do, because you as a private company, if you do this, you know what? You could face lawsuits.
And
you
by
could
the way,
face
too,
repercussions. Customers may want to go someplace else. But what is the crime of these employees who did this? I don't know what their crime is. And I'm being
here's
serious.
The employee. Here's the crime. They took the company's policy, mantra, motto, whatever you want to call it, into their own hands. Like the Office Depot chick, right? She's not there to speak on behalf of the board members and the directors. There's nothing, and that's why maybe you should read your company handbook and your policy when you get hired, because there are people that their entire job is dedicated and based around that handbook. It's called human resources. So they have the right to protect their image. I think there's obviously a difference between cancel culture and consequence culture, but I also want to take this a step further. I don't want consequence culture to lead to cancel culture. That person from Home Depot or that person from Delta Airlines, should they have been fired? It's up to the business. But once they do get fired, they should not be canceled permanently, right? If you go to jail and you serve your prison sentence, misdemeanor, felony, whatever it is, you get out. Now, you might lose some rights, your right to vote. Convicted felons cannot vote. You no longer have that right. But you should not be barred from working for the rest of your life to make a living and provide for your family based on this mistake, right? Same thing with what you say or what you prevent somebody from doing with printing things for a vigil. That person should not be ostracized from the workplace permanently moving forward. The thing I hate most about cancel culture and the way some people operate, specifically on the left, was how they just became judge, jury, and executioner. They were going to judge what's appropriate and what's not. They're going to determine what your penalty is, and then they'll determine how long you should be in exile for until it's deemed worthy that, okay, now we can move on from what you said on X in 2014. To those people out there, I say go pound sand and go screw yourself.
I would say this, and this is important. In the previous administration, and even the Wall Street Journal, right, had talked about the fact that the previous administration did overreach, right, in hunting people down. We saw, in fact, a tremendous amount of resources that were spent in the the Biden administration by Democrats, and basically hunting down Catholics, Christians at mass, in church. We saw whistleblowers in in the FBI and in the government saying this is not why I signed up for law enforcement for this post at the federal level, state level, et cetera, to hunt people down, and parents being stifled with their free speech at school board meetings. And then we saw the J6ers, people who were present but never entered the building or, yes, walked in an open building, who were hunted down years after that incident. And we all said that was wrong. And so there's a moment of opportunity here where now, after the devastating assassination of Charlie Kirk, who, if you listen to him, you understood that he was for free speech and he was 100% for the conversation. And he welcomed in people of all different ethnicities, and he had sat with people who are, yes, in gay relationships. And he would say, this is not my cup of tea, but ... I want to sit with you and understand you and say to you, we want to have the conversation and find common ground. That was really what he said. You can go back and find it. So now for administration officials to speak in what I would say is a clumsy manner. In other words, a broad brush manner. And that's what Pam Bondi is.
She seems to do that a lot, Dawn.
Okay. And so she's speaking in this way during a time where, if she were more specific in speaking about people who are networking and using airwaves and using technology to form networks against others and deny them their free speech, then that would be probably a good thing. If there are people out there who are trying to get together and form groups that actually commit violence against anybody. But it seems like conservative. That's what Stephen Miller is alleging. That's what the vice president was alleging. If that's true, then fine. You can investigate people.
It's funny to me that, like, when Pam Bondi does it, it's clumsy. But when, like, if a Democrat would do this, it's a threat to democracy.
I never said it was a threat to democracy.
That's all I'm saying. Okay.
I never said anybody was a threat to democracy. That's a Democrat talking point. Okay? Free speech in no instance is a threat to democracy. That was... By the way, that began with Darth Biden right here in Philadelphia. I'll never forget it. We were down the shore for one of our final football weekends, battle at the beach with the football, and there was Darth Biden literally in Philadelphia lighting up the Independence Hall red with United States Marines being used as props. And he said those MAGA Republicans, and talked about us in demeaning and horrible ways as if we were some kind of despicable, evil people. Yes, so I'm against that kind of speech. I'm against it. And I really wish that the AG Bondi and others would be specific when they speak on this issue, because they have a moment in time to bring together the country and talk about groups that are actually plotting against our fellow Americans.
855-839-1210. Greg is in Chalfont. Greg, what's going on, buddy?
Nothing. You guys are going down the liberal rabbit hole with all this, hate speech. Listen, hate speech is a made-up term by the left.
Yes.
Look, you want to say stupid things, you say stupid things, and I agree with Greg Stocker.
Yeah.
Listen, if you threaten somebody, it's worthy to look into. If you want to talk like a moron, then go ahead. Same thing, just like, gun violence. It's another made-up term. It's not gun violence. It's people violence. Mm-hmm. We got to stop using their terms to muddy up the waters, and we got to move forward and realize what's real and what's not. And that's how you make the definition between speech that's harmful, which is a threat, and speech which is that of something coming out of somebody's mouth without any thought whatsoever.
Greg, I think we all agree with everything you just said.
What I'm saying about Pam Bondi, there are a lot of she's a smart, accomplished former prosecutor, has done a lot of good in her career. So she's not a stupid person. Right? She is an intelligent person. But guess what? Intelligent people can sometimes say things that are just obtuse.
She's got 6 months of slip-ups, right?
But Dawn, part of the problem is that when you're in that position, you really need to be mindful on how you bring things across.
Agreed.
And I agree with Greg Stocker in that. But I also say this. We have to stop using these made-up terms And we're debating made-up terms like hate speech, or you're debating gun violence, or it's not. And all that does is throw us into a conversation that is completely needless.
Right.
All right, so Greg, let me ask you this. Fair to say Pam Bondi, not a stupid person, but terrible in this role. This job is,
Well,
7 months, month after month.
I don't think it's the first stupid thing that's come out of her mouth.
No, it's not.
And maybe she doesn't do well on the fly. And I think if she had a moment to think about it, she might rephrase it. But yeah, I think she has to be careful about how and what she says, and in the position she's in, she has to be more mindful than just the average Joe on the corner. Yes,
Greg, I appreciate the transparency of this administration.
And thank you very much, Uncle Greg.
Yes, Greg from Chalfont.
Thank
By
you,
the way,
Greg.
Greg Stocker. Greg, what's your middle initial? I'm
not going to say
that. Is it Gregory D. Stocker?
D. Stocker, yeah.
Gregory D. Stocker.
D.
Gregory J. Stocker. Gregory L. Stocker. Gregory M. Transparency is great. And look, Kash Patel was on multiple shows yesterday. Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi's always in front. But you know what?
I have those if you want to get to. We've only played 2 cuts.
Some are actually better in the transparency broadcast role than others. I'm not saying Pam Bondi's a bad lawyer. I don't think you get to that position by being a bad lawyer. And I don't think lawyers are stupid. Even the worst lawyer out there, they're not stupid people. But Pam Bondi, I don't think has been good in this role. Scott Bessent, on the other side, when we talk about transparency and doing the media tour, J.D. Vance, there are certain people in this administration that are really good at what they do and great on television, probably because they have a media background. There are others that are good in their qualified role that maybe we should see and hear less of. That's where I would put Pam Bondi in that little box.
Just tell her, Director Bondi, please pretend you're in court. When you're being interviewed, don't just riff. Pretend you're in a court of law before a judge who's going to say, well, what are you alleging here?
Yes.
And then be specific, because in a court of law, you could never say these words, right? You could never say hate speech. A judge would be like, what the heck? You know what I mean? Just point to that in the law. And so that's why I said when she's speaking, use the word communication. Communication that is leading to people to come together and commit violence. That it has to be very specific to meet the threshold of a violation of any law.
Correct.
This is 28. You mentioned Kash Patel on, I don't know, what he did a bunch of shows yesterday. And they brought up his, speaking of bad messaging and bad wording, he was the one who tweeted out, "We got him! So he's in custody!" And then had to walk that back. They asked him about that, and this is what he said. Roll this.
So in the 24 hours after, when we were still looking for the guy, I know you posted that we got him. And that ended up not being true. You took some incoming because of that. What led to you posting that? Why did you feel so certain about it? And what do you have to say about the criticism?
No, I appreciate this opportunity. Look, as I stated, I was being transparent with working with the public on our findings as I had them. I stated in that message that we had a subject and that we were going to interview him, and we did, and he was released. The job of the FBI is not just to manhunt the actual suspect who did the killing or suspects, but it's also to eliminate targets and eliminate subjects who are not involved in the process, and that's what we were doing. Could I have worded it a little better in the heat of the moment? Sure. But do I regret putting it out? Absolutely not. I was telling the world what the FBI was doing as we were doing, and I'm continuing to do that, and I challenge anyone out there to find a director that has been more transparent and more willing to work the media on high-profile cases, or any case the FBI is handling, than we have been.
So there's a lot here. You can start with the rush to put something out on social media before you have confirmed and verified and done your due diligence, sourcing, 2 sources confirmed, 3 sources. So that was a bad job out of him. I also read a story that he was withheld the photo of the suspect for 12 hours, and that wasn't like a rumor.
I think he criticized those who did,
right?
Right.
So the question needs to be asked, if in fact that is true, why is the director of the FBI not in the loop for a substantial, and you said, well, it's only 12 hours or 8 hours. But when you're tracking down a fugitive, every second and every minute matters, and it's imperative. How would he not be privy or be withheld information conceivably from somebody lower down on the totem pole? That doesn't sit well with me. And then I know Trump's got to obviously come out and sit there and, always highlight how good everybody is, even though I don't think you should be highlighting Pam Bondi. But he said that Kash Patel did a magnificent job. Well, I would argue Kash rushed to judgment on one front and then, for whatever reason, was not in the know for a substantial amount of time as to what was the most imperative thing on his plate at the time.
Also, the father turned the guy in.
Yeah.
And
then also
under pressure.
I think back to Road Warrior.
The bottom line is they got a suspect within about 30 hours, and that suspect's in court today.
Great work.
And the only reason we're talking about this right now is because this administration is extremely transparent, and so that's how you even know this. Let us not forget. Let's not forget what Democrats are really good at, and this is a compliment to them. You know why Nancy Pelosi, as the House Speaker, was able to shut everything down? Because behind the scenes, for example, she made sure there were no cameras in the House of Representatives. Okay, so Democrats are, and whether you want to compliment this or not, Democrats control the message either by cutting out transparency completely. Let us not forget that in the past administration, we didn't know that they apparently all knew that the president was incompetent at that point, Joe Biden, that he was suffering from dementia. That's the allegation here. So Democrats are very good at being opaque, not being transparent. The only reason you know all this is because they have, in fact, been transparent. So let's look at the bottom line, shall we? Because I think a lot of this stuff is really common to have in major investigations where you have this cacophony, if you will, of local law enforcement, state level, federal, and everybody's like jamming and trying to solve this thing. They got a suspect. They got the Discord. They've got all the script that people think, oh, they're not going to get it. They got a whole lot of information. They made sure that everybody is talking. So whoever you want to give credit to, they've got the guy. He's now facing federal charges and state charges, and we'll learn more in court today. That's the bottom line on it.
I think it's not one size fits all. Like I try to say, teachers, not all teachers are left-wing indoctrinators, right? You have the teachers union. That's a big issue, and certainly select teachers. But overall, most teachers are good. Most cops are not committing heinous acts against minorities and violating their civil rights. But Road Warrior has made a good point many times on our YouTube chat and on X. He says, and I'm just paraphrasing here, and if Road Warrior, if you're chatting or tweeting and you want to correct me on what I'm about to paraphrase, please do. But you have basically said that the FBI and Secret Service are a little overrated, not nearly as good and buttoned up as you think. And I think that's true, regardless of who the administration is. Whether it was the Biden administration when Trump was exposed by terrible Secret Service people on July 13th, or FBI under a Trump administration with Bongino and Patel. Both of those two guys talked a very good, very big game for a long time. And I'm not saying they haven't done a good job with cartels and child pedophiles and things like that. But then I sit here and I look at the way these guys go about their business. I'm less than impressed with some of these individuals that are at the federal level where there's communication breakdowns. And I know not everything is always buttoned up and always perfect. But, don't we have higher standards for this? Isn't this supposed to be the best of the best?
Which he's referring to?
Any of these, Secret Service, the CIA, the FBI, that glamorize law enforcement positions that they make movies about. And then we just start to realize that, you know what? There's a lot of different gaffes and gaps out there in relaying of information, communication, tracking down suspects. Again, I'm not smearing all FBI, but I do feel like there is this disconnect between local law enforcement where they look up, like Road Warrior was a 30-plus year homicide detective locally. I don't know. Does he have an axe to grind with the FBI? I don't know. Maybe. Don't know. None of my business. But he's not wrong with some of this. Like, he's been pretty spot on with, they're not as good as you think they are. And we saw that on July 13th. We had women that couldn't get guns out of holsters. It was like me at Halloween with a fake gun kit.
Well, that has been criticized as far as what happened, that they had put better, more experienced agents nearby. Also in Pennsylvania, the vice president was here in Philadelphia. The first lady at the time, Jill Biden, was at an event, I believe, in Pittsburgh. And it was pointed out that they spread thin the Secret Service, and that was wrongful, especially since the other events were much smaller and were indoors or contained situations. And then on top of it, you look at the DEI situation that we've discussed, where they had agents who were lesser, who just were not as high quality, but that they went for somebody's gender or whatever and put them in jobs and promoted certain people over other people because they were not looking at just the genuine quality of an individual.
Yeah.
And so that, I think that has been evaluated, and I think there are efforts to fix it. And I would say, I don't know this at the federal level, but I think overall I can say the defund the police movement, we now have been involved in the refund the police and the law enforcement movement. But I still say that recruitment has not been easy at every level.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up button. If you're watching right now, hit the like button. Only 208 likes. Please hit the thumbs up button if you're watching right now. I'm going to get it over to 300. So I need 92 people. 92 people.
Let me
over there and hit the thumbs up.
I'm forgetting the name now of the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk. What's his name again?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Scumbag.
Okay. Well, him, if I've read this correctly, and certainly Crooks from a year and a half ago now. Let me just point this out about the FBI. And I want to bring January 6th into play. How is it that the FBI could track down every single phone and all communications on all devices, encrypted or unencrypted, on Discord or on Reddit, on DMs or in public message boards for January 6th? 1,500 people. You can't unlock Thomas Matthew Crooks' phone and Tyler Robinson's phone, from what I've read, apparently they're having trouble getting into his device. Does anybody find that peculiar? That the guy who killed Charlie Kirk and the guy who tried to kill Donald Trump, 22-year-old and a 20-year-old, they can't get into those phones. But for those that participated in some form or fashion, legally or committed an illegal act on January 6th, the feds got into everybody's phone. I saw a lot of people yesterday saying they believe that is BS. That's not a slap against this administration. That's just a general observation of the feds and what many people believe is the corrupt nature of these alphabet agencies. How can 1,500 people 2 and 3 and 4 years later be tracked down? What they said, what they did, some of which perfectly legal. Yet we can't get into a community college kid's phone, and some little dope in Utah who was 22 and couldn't even grow a mustache. We can't get into their devices.
Now, I believe.
Does anybody believe that?
No, and I believe that I'm looking at FBI, the press releases. So they did update that one, and the FBI had said that they did indeed. Their technical specialists successfully gained access.
Oh, they did?
To Thomas Matthew Crook's phone, and they continued to analyze his electronic devices.
So 15 months later, we're still analyzing? Let's ask this question. Why do we know more about Tyler Robinson in 6 days than we do Thomas Matthew Crooks in 15 months? Well, see, that's not conspiracy theory. That's just common sense questioning the system, questioning what we're being told or not told. Just worth bringing up.
I think that they didn't get into the phone that day, but in last year, they were able to evaluate his devices.
Okay.
So I think that those issues were resolved. They got into his devices, and they did not feel that he had accomplices or somebody who hired him or what have you.
All right.
50 minutes, and I've only gotten through 3 clips.
I have too much to say. I think we all talk too much.
Needless to say, I have a lot more. So stay right there. Dawn, talk to us about Piazza.
We got to talk about our friends from Piazza Auto Group, and we're always grateful to them for our sponsorship. And if you look behind me, yes, I'm in the Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles studios. And last week, you know where we were? The Willow Grove Piazza Premium Automobile dealership there, looking at those beautiful Jaguars and all those electric vehicles. And so if you're thinking about, in particular, an electric vehicle, I want you to know the deadline that's happening, because my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles reminding you that the $7,500 federal tax credit on new EVs ends at the end of this month. The deadline for you is September 30th. $7,500 toward a new, let's say, BMW i4, i5, or i7. And what about that Jaguar I-Pace? What a beautiful vehicle. An Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV or a Mercedes-Benz EQE. Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Do this so you get the EV that you've been dreaming of, but you also get that $7,500. Yeah. So it's a tax credit. You want to take advantage of this before the end of the month. And you can browse their extensive vehicle collections at piazzapremiumautomobiles.com. PIAZZA. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe hard work should be rewarded. And this month, we're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, proudly American-made and tariff-proof, we've built a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for over 45 years. Now, for the entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. It's the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 8:40. The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The kids are back to school, except for my daughter. I'll tell you about that in a moment. So it's time to get back to style at Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Sale runs through the 20th. Shop online with code STYLE 2025, buckscountyestatetraders.com. Just get the text from my wife. My wife had a cold last week.
Oh, boy.
It turned into a mild case of bronchitis.
I'm sorry.
Because she has asthma, and that happens like once a year where the cold, like infiltrates the lungs, and the next thing you know, the inhaler is not enough. So she goes and gets a steroid on Saturday. And now, just during the break, Olivia's home. She's sick, fever, coughing, congested. So just when you see her laying on the couch when you get home, don't be surprised.
Is this going to disrupt your nap? Because God only knows we're very concerned about that.
Look, I'll sweat today. I'll get in the gym. I'll take a nap. I've got a great immune system. I think Tito's vodka has a lot to do with that. Toughens you up, puts hair on your chest. I'll be here. The nap won't be interrupted. But we're really starting the colds going around through schools when it's still 75, 80 degrees in mid-September. Really?
I mean, you can get colds anytime, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
But not as much when it's warm out.
Yes, it's not. Yes, you don't get them as...
Seems a little premature.
Okay.
I'm just all I'm saying.
All right. Well, then
By the way, 89-year-old Hollywood icon Robert Redford dead at the age of 89.
Oh.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
The Natural.
The Sting, All the President's Men, The Natural out of Africa.
Oh. Twilight Zone. Robert Redford.
Robert Redford, 89.
Not Robert Redfield. He's the one who corrects Fauci. Yeah. Oh. The Natural. I would argue top 2 or 3 baseball movie of all time.
Dan Bongino went on with Megyn Kelly and was asked why the rooftops were not covered by Charlie Kirk's security team. This is 32, Phil.
When I was up there
Dan,
on the roof...
do we have any idea? Do we have any idea why the roof wasn't covered by security?
I don't, Megan, and as someone in the security space, it's fairly easy for me to Monday morning quarterback anyone. I have done events with Charlie, quite a few, as a matter of fact, and I've always found his security team to be very professional. I, did a Turning Point event where I joked one time that they had better magnetometers than I saw in the Secret Service. Why in this case was the roof uncovered? I can't say. I think in the future at political events, regardless of who's speaking, I think there's going to be a significant change in security posture going forward.
Justifiably and rightfully so. Now there's a big difference here between what Charlie Kirk has security-wise, because we just assume that he is paying for private security. I think I mentioned this yesterday. Ben Shapiro's had a private security detail 24/7 for 10 years. But there's a difference between what you get privately and what you get with taxpayer dollars. Obviously, Secret Service, you think back to the rooftop in Butler. That to me is even more egregious. I'm not going to sit here and ridicule somebody's private selection. I don't know what his security detail consisted of. I don't know how many people he had on a routine basis. I don't know what their qualifications were, what their prior, law enforcement resume looks like. We have a feeling we know what the Secret Service should be, but on a private level, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what AOC's detail is or Charlie Kirk or anybody else. So I would probably just defer to the experts there. But if you've been doing this long enough, I would think, and again, you hate the Monday morning quarterback it, but it's what you do as a talk show host. Rooftops should be one of the first things that you account for, right?
No, and the students themselves at the event, I'm amazed people aren't talking about this more, that it's ridiculous that they did not check those rooftops. It's ridiculous. And the students themselves were saying that nobody checked the tickets. There was no sweep. There were only 6 local cops there. And so that was ridiculous that they didn't have better security and better surveillance of that. Charlie Kirk sometimes wore a bulletproof vest. He had death threats against him. We have quotes that we've been playing that I played last week where he knew there were death threats against him. The fact that they didn't have better security is ridiculous. And if I were a parent of one of those students at the university there in Utah, I would be questioning that and say, not only were you irresponsible, but you put my child, the student body, those thousands, more than 3,000 students were gathered. What's to say that they weren't? I mean, that shooter was targeting Charlie Kirk. They were also sitting ducks at that event.
Yeah.
And so why didn't you protect
Remember,
the students?
Right. Donald Trump was the target on July 13th, but who died? Corey Comparator, right? I think there's obviously, when you look at this, I said my big take this morning, this is not the death of free speech. You have to continue to speak your mind, but you do need to take precautions while maintaining your free speech. And here in the two most notorious situations, what's the common denominator? And there's multiple common denominators, by the way. But from the security standpoint, both of these were outdoor events. I'm not saying you should cancel all outdoor events, but if you can do it indoors, you eliminate rooftop shooter.
And again, I didn't get to say my pound of flesh during the or have my pound of flesh, I should say, during the big take. But like I believe Jay Leno, when he said the death of free speech, he didn't mean like that's it, free speech is over. What happens is, and I said this yesterday, I think Dawn is on the same page, is that this is slowly eating away at it because of what you just said. Now people are going to be scared to do outdoor events. Now people are going to be scared to speak their mind because of what they think could happen to them if they say something quote inflammatory. And on the other side, there's going to be people who are going to be afraid to say something to the contrary because they're worried that they might get canceled, doxxed, or fired. You know what I mean? So it's not a one death knell that's it, free speech is over. It's just what this moment in time is, and it's people being more cautious about what they're saying.
So you agree with Dawn, the chilling effect and the lasting implications will go on for a long period?
100%. Okay. 1,000,000,000%. I agree with Dawn on that.
Okay.
Dan Bongino also said that they're not done looking at all possibilities of support or aiding and abetting this scumbag murderer. 31.
We are not done. Anyone under the assumption out there that this is the end of the investigation is categorically wrong. It's not even the end of the beginning of the investigation. We're exhausting every lead. There are thousands of leads that have come in through open source, through our INTOC line, through our specific FBI tip line. Some of them did not pan out. Some of them won't pan out, but some of them may. But we're not done at all looking into any possible support or aiding and abetting in the case.
Do we believe that Twiggs had advanced knowledge of this shooting, given the fact that he clearly received texts from Tyler telling him where to find the gun, what was written on the casings, and so on, and that he had those when you guys went knocking on his door?
Twiggs was Twiggs. Yeah, thank you.
Well, given the cooperation of that subject at this time, I don't want to say too much about what he's saying or not saying. However, there are indicators just beyond Twiggs that there were a lot of warning signs here in this case. And having said that, this is a good moment to put out there. When you look at these targeted violence attacks, political assassinations, a space I'm unfortunately all too familiar with in my time with the Secret Service, school shootings, not random violence, not domestic violence, but targeted violence for political or ideological reasons. You see a lot of these warning signs in advance where they tell people, is that the case here? It appears warning signs were there. I don't want to get too specific about what they were. However, we hear this a lot, and I'm not suggesting it's in this case, but we hear, I thought it was a joke. And, I hate the just generic advice of the see something, say something, because it gets blown off. But this happens, unfortunately, all too many times. And there were a number of warning signs there that this individual suspect in the case had taken a dark turn. And I want to put out in advance, obviously, as well as the deputy director, that everyone's presumed innocent in our republic, no matter how vile the crime is. I think everybody understands that. But facts are facts, evidence are evidence. And we really, really feel, both Cash and I feel the need to talk to the public here. And again, I just don't want anyone in the public to assume sometimes my lack of an answer is in any way a problem with clarity. There are just some reasons we can't talk about some things, but we really do want to address as many of these issues as we can with the public.
He's a way better spokesperson than Kash Patel.
Agreed.
1,000%.
So Pam Bondi, what he just said, as far as communication that leads to that communication that begins with threats and leads to violence. Pam Bondi, please erase your other words and just fill in the blank.
Yep. See here. There's one more thing on cash I wanted to play, and then we'll move on to other stuff here because I have a ton of other stuff. I mean, I've been sitting on these. You
must be getting sore with all the stuff you're sitting on.
It's funny. It's funny. We had all of this. Like I really wanted to get in deep on Kamala Harris throwing the Biden administration under the bus.
I've been sitting on that. I still have a big take in the chamber that I could do tomorrow on it.
It's so good. It's so juicy. But the news takes us where it takes us. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying.
Kash Patel, the FBI director, was on Hannity last night, and he said in there that they have seized multiple electronic devices.
Okay, thank you.
From the home of the suspect. All of that. This is critical.
Let's do 29, Phil.
Did Hannity let him speak last night?
He did. And Patel gave specific.
Written note did he write a written note before the assassination attempt? That's what the governor said yesterday. And what did that say? If you could.
So what I'm able to say. I'm sorry. So what I'm able to say is I addressed it partially earlier. Is that the written note we believe what did exist. And we have evidence to show what was in that note, which is, and I'm going to summarize, basically saying, the suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home. But we have since learned that the note, even though it has been destroyed, we have found forensic evidence of the note, and we have confirmed what that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
So there was a manifesto left behind, according to
it was destroyed.
So not completely rare. That happens.
But who destroyed it? And then there's a text message specifically that in the text that they've obtained a lot of electronic, evidence, but the text states that he had the killer had the opportunity to, quote, take out Charlie Kirk, and that he was going to do that.
Yep.
And this was prior to this shooting.
Yeah.
So who was the text to, and who, received it? Did they comment? So this is, I think, what Bongino is referring to.
Yeah, and also don't forget, too, Discord here is in the proverbial crosshairs as well, saying that the platform was not used in the suspect's murder plan, and then they have to come out and make a correction because the Washington Post, of all places, had the exclusive, I think this was yesterday, with the quote, "It was me, suspect in Charlie Kirk shooting, appeared to confess in Discord chat." So you have all of these, platforms out there that people communicate on. They start trying to protect their own ass as opposed to providing truth and transparency. Not to say that, Discord is complicit here, but when your app and your feature is being used in an inappropriate way here, which is obviously what occurred here, there needs to be some truth and accountability here.
37, Phil.
Do go to D.C. New York might be a stretch, but Pam Bondi, thank you. We appreciate the update. All right, joining us now with more, FBI Director Kash Patel. Kash, thanks for being with us. Is there an investigation into a wider plot?
Sean, thanks so much for having me. And because President Trump and the Attorney General have prioritized resources to this all-important investigation, we're dedicating every asset we have to run the reverse daisy chain analysis of anyone that was in contact with a suspect that's currently in custody, and anyone he contacted, called, and text messaged and had chats on online social media platforms with. That's the power of the FBI. That's the resources we brought in immediately with our cell phone analytic team to use the cell phone tower data dump system to geolocate specifically where this cell phone was and who had it, and after that, who he was talking to. And Sean, let me tell you a little bit about the information we've collected. We've collected information where, through witness interviews from the FBI and local law enforcement, that he essentially admitted after the shooting and assassination of Charlie Kirk, the suspect admitted to it. Furthermore, the evidence and information will come out. I won't stylize the evidence. The Attorney General is absolutely right. We can't do that. But I will say what was found in terms of information, a text message exchange, where the suspect specifically stated that he had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do that. And when he was asked why, he said some hatred cannot be negotiated with.
Yeah, you're also running an investigation.
Some hatred cannot be negotiated.
Yes.
With. Charlie Kirk was willing to have conversations with all that he disagreed with in an open forum and debate setting. He actually died in the middle of having a conversation completely relevant to some of the backdrop of this case, which is just startling. But, you know, it's interesting that he says in the beginning the amount of resources that are being allocated towards this. I've seen people on the left saying it's excessive to have flags at half-mast for multiple days and some of the measures that are being taken, and people saying, would this happen if this happened to somebody in left-wing media? And this goes back to the Tarlov-Gutfeld blow-up yesterday. Like, I'm so tired of the whataboutism. No, because, or we don't know, or I would presume yes, but we haven't had to talk about a mainstream media member being killed for sharing their views, right? God forbid, knock on wood, somebody on MSNBC is out at a speaking engagement and gets shot and killed.
Yeah.
I would like to think that, yeah, we would do the same thing for that person as we would for Charlie Kirk.
No, nobody compares to him. That's just it. The left has no answer to Charlie Kirk. He was a guy at 18 as a teenager who started a movement and started Turning Point USA that's more than just politics. And that's what I keep saying. He was if you watch his stuff, he talks about faith. So he was not only answering those particularly young men on college campuses who feel silenced, but people who are faith-based who felt silenced by the left. And so he answered that, and he was the voice of a generation and inspired a ton of young people. There's nobody on the left to respond to him, nobody. So I know he's 31 at his assassination, but remember, he started as a teenager and then built up this huge grassroots organization that is campus chapters around the nation.
Yeah. Yep.
We should break. Dawn, talk to us about Chapman.
All righty. As we break, we'll have more on this too coming up. So you've heard me talk about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, and how much, I love my home, love all the work the Chapman family team has done. And by now, if I needed new windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman family team. What you may not know is that Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, well, they also can replace your old roof. Yes, they have you covered, literally can cover you on a roof replacement or roof. Some people say, Dawn, don't say roof, say roof. Well, I say roof. Family owned and operated, no matter what you want to say, it's Chapman. The Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding team, they've been around for more than 30 years. Mike and Mark Chapman, they're great guys, brothers who started their business, Chester County, and I've trusted them, and I know you can trust them, and they've been trusted by the community as they're committed to providing high-quality work by paying attention to every single detail, and they spend the time to understand your needs, educate you on all your options, and that's truly the Chapman difference. They also have a lot of financing available right now, which you can leverage to make your exterior renovation or other remodeling projects become a reality. So whether you or somebody you're looking for maybe a new roof, maybe windows, doors, siding, shutters, stucco remediation, they do that too. You can call, just text them, 610-431-8898. That's 610-431-8898. Check them out online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Look at all the before and after photos, and they do great work. And I think some of the work in my home is there as well. chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Get ready for
Your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
That's right. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Not #2, not #3. Not in Chicago, not in Los Angeles, right here in the Delaware Valley. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey, iHeartRadio apps. Watch us on YouTube. Hit every button you can. Like, follow, subscribe, whatever else they call it, whatever other buttons are available, what other symbols are on it. Just tap everything that you can. That way you leave no boxes unchecked. Cut sheet continues. Fight Club. 6 minutes out.
I need everybody to get over to YouTube right now. Today's submission was from Gary Stam.
That's a new one.
He was out at he was out at Piazza on Friday. He's
But first time contributing?
I don't know if it's his first time contributing. I think he's contributed in the past.
All right.
But Gary, one of your submissions will be featured today on Fight Club. So please make sure you get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button.
By the way, we're still trying to crack the case of who stole the tomato pie box.
What?
Yeah. I left it. I took it. I never had a bite of anything. I had the hoagie. Jess brought the tomato pie. I put it up right by Wawa, where all the coffee and the donuts were.
Thank you,
I said to the select few that were standing in that spot, I said, community pie, take it if you want it, whatever you want.
Well, there was a man who took it.
I know, and I was told. I came back an hour later.
Yeah.
I used the bathroom. It's 10:45. We're in the middle of Dawn show, and I said, where'd the tomato pie go? And the guy goes, an older gentleman just took the box and left.
So
that's a violation. You can't do that.
It's true.
Take a slice. Take the last slice. You just don't take the whole thing to go.
Whoever did it, fess up.
You know, I would have Pam Bondi investigate, but she'd butcher it anyway.
She would.
You know, I had to FedEx David's passport to him.
Really?
Because it was $104.
Well, that's right. He came home. How'd that work out for the weekend? Was it good?
It was awesome. $104. For
When's the next time? When's the next time you're? Oh, you're going down for
Halloween
weekend,
Parents' Week, right?
Yeah. in 2 weeks.
Why go away? Might as well go close to home, honestly.
Yeah.
If you're going to be on mom's leash.
He's not on mom's leash.
So is it you or is it him?
No,
Or is it a combination?
It's of course it's her. It's her, of course it is.
Has Larry told you to maybe dial it back a little bit and say, let the boy live his life?
Let me tell you something, Nick. When you've been married 25 years.
I'm coming up on 17.
Okay, you've been married 17. Then you know when to shut it.
That's right.
When to know when to hold them and when to fold them.
You know why I just throw a few bucks on a game and go down to my cave and watch football.
Hey, everybody go over to YouTube because in 4 minutes we have Fight Club. 4 minutes. The clock is ticking. 4 minutes. All right, let's, in that time, let's talk about the National Guard going to Memphis.
Oh!
Memphis, Tennessee.
I was told that they wouldn't come to a red state.
Let's go through a couple of these quickly. This is a Memphis resident. We can say what we would do or what, people not in Memphis, what we think that they should do for Memphis. But let's actually hear from a Memphis resident. Roll this.
It's just so dangerous that you can't get out of your car. You can't go to the grocery store. You can't go to the market or the service station. So, I want to see the crime stop. And if the National Guard is going to stop the crime, bring them out.
Yep. You know what? That's the clip that white liberals and white elites in mainstream media do not want you to hear or see.
Mm-hmm.
A black person saying, yes, we need more security. Because you know what? It doesn't matter your race, religion, or your gender. Most people want to be in a safe environment. I've actually never met somebody that says, boy, I enjoy living in a war zone. Not one. Not even people that are enlisted in the military enjoy living in the middle of combat. Right? And we're supposed to believe that these people are saying, no, keep Trump out of here. We don't need you.
Yeah, I wish what this lady, this mom or grandmom, what she just said, I wish it was a common ground issue that we could all agree that in America you deserve liberty and her constitutional rights are being violated. And it happens in Philadelphia. It happens across America. I feel like her constitutional right to live a high quality life, her liberties are being robbed.
You deserve to get what your money goes towards. Yeah. You're paying for police presence that in large parts will not exist, or for district attorneys who are also paid out of your pocket to not prosecute criminals.
Don Stensland, you and I have touched on this before, but that audio video is courtesy of Channel 3 WPEG out of, I guess, Memphis, Tennessee. Mm-hmm. If said mainstream media had any video, any audio of anybody saying these are brown shirt-like tactics, Trump needs to stay out, the National Guard needs to be here, do you think they would lead with that, Don Stensland? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Well,
it's also amazing too, because I've been to Memphis. And I lived in Nashville for 4.5 years, and Harry Mays and I drove from Nashville to Memphis for a PGA Tour playoff event, and we were there on a Saturday. And it was, the golf course is in this nice little area of Memphis. But boy, you leave that perimeter, and we were trying to get some good barbecue on the way home. It was 6:30.
Barbecue.
Daylight still up, and we were going through some rough streets to get to the really good, highly recommended barbecue joints in Memphis. And we both looked at each other, and we were like, and we had two of our other buddies were like, yeah, we got to make this quick, man. We don't want to be
You didn't stop
here.
in Graceland?
No. My father-in-law has been to Graceland. Big Elvis fan. The complete opposite of our
big
fearless
fat
leader
Elvis.
there. Yeah.
Big fat Elvis.
You said he died constipated on the can, right?
Of course he did.
That's a hell. That might be the worst. Is that the worst way to go?
It is absolutely the way to go. Big fat Elvis, drug addict.
It's the worst way to go.
Can we go to the cut sheet?
Had mommy issues.
I don't want to hear you.
Yuck.
Your Elvis blasphemy.
Get him, Linda.
Did you say? Did you just say you don't want to hear from me?
Yeah, she said get back to your cut sheet.
No, I want to get you. I said get back to your cut sheet.
Get back to being a producer, Gregory.
No, I said I didn't want to hear
Play your little
Elvis blasphemy.
Yeah, play your little segment that you call "What's on the Cut Sheet." You will not offend us, Elvis.
I'm not a producer.
Apologist.
Democrat Tennessee's state representative Justin Pearson said the deployment of the National Guard to end crime in Memphis is white supremacy.
Yes.
15, Phil.
This is a squad member, I believe, as well.
People in Memphis are disappointed, angry, frustrated with the continuation of the abuse of power by this administration toward his own authoritarian aims. And it is nothing more than using our city as a white supremacist ploy to ensure that his base stays riled up and does not pay attention to the reality of the facts in our city and cities across the country, which is that the federal government is not investing in our cities.
Justin should talk to that resident that local news that local news organization just interviewed, because
and I believe he's a representative of a district in Nashville, if I recall correctly, although I could be a little bit off on that. No, this is not white supremacy. This is merely because those who are in the position of power to ensure your safety have failed to do so.
Again.
Right? Like if the big boss from Odyssey came in here and had to override and commandeer some element of what we do, it's not authoritarianism or whatever ism or supremacy. It's somebody at the top had to come down because you couldn't do your job.
249 murders last year, 429 rapes, 5,600 plus burglaries, and 12,500 plus violent assaults.
And Trump said yesterday, specifically to Republican governor, red state, Tennessee, Bill Lee, we're coming in. If you can't do your job, we will do it for you. I'm paraphrasing. He's like, I like Bill Lee. He's done a good job, but we have to get this under control. So that whole narrative has quickly shifted where, he's only doing this to Illinois because J.B. Pritzker's a Democrat governor. Well, now he's going into Bill Lee's state and saying, Bill Lee, you are not doing enough as the head of the state, so I'll override and overrule you. Again, what's the common denominator here? It's the local jurisdiction failing to do what they're supposed to do.
Or not having the resources.
Yeah.
Or not having the resources.
Well, they, like I said, if the state of Tennessee or the governor decides that they need this, then that's up to the state.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like it has nothing to do
They
with
invited him in.
what we want here.
Yep. So Chicago, keep your head on the swivel.
Well, if Trump decides to go into a state without being welcomed in, that's a different story.
Yeah, he has said he won't do that.
Well, no, he has not. He said Chicago's next.
Right.
He said Chicago's next, but those are words, and he hasn't said how he could do that legally.
I'm for him going in by any means necessary to ensure the safety.
No, Nick,
of
he has
people.
to follow the law, and he knows it, and that's why he hasn't gone in. So unless they figure out a pathway by which they can legally go in, there are states' rights, and he knows that full well, which is why he hasn't gone in there.
So he's lying when he's saying
No,
this? Okay.
he's saying that he wants to go into he hopes, but he has not. His actions, because today's whole theme is
We're sending it.
Oh, sorry.
Big force now.
Hang on. Let Dawn finish.
No, today's whole theme is speech.
Yes.
Words. Okay, so you can say what you wish, what you hope, even when you are the president of the United States of America, the most powerful person.
Right.
Okay, you can state what you wish, what you hope, but that speech, how do you put that into action? It's different.
You know what would really be, I think, a win, not a major win, but it would at least be one of those things where maybe the current administration is kind of caught off guard. Like Bowser was, I guess you could argue, of all the cities that have been targeted for federal law enforcement, and rightfully so, she at least came around to the idea, said it was successful, we liked it, and I'm going to sign an executive order to continue it. What a governor should do in a blue state that has presidential aspirations, and again, I'm not paid to advise Democrats on how to do better, but God knows they can't be any worse. This is where a Pritzker or a Newsom or any other blue state governor with political ambitions in 2028 and beyond should catch the Trump administration completely off guard under the game of politics here and say, yeah, we welcome it.
We'll get into what he said in Chicago in 1 second, but I want to stay on we're already 5 minutes over, so it doesn't matter.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
One shall stand, one shall fall.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man. We're gonna knock you out.
Fight Club! It was Tuesday.
Is that another new intro?
We played it yesterday.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, remember I commented on this ominous music?
Oh, yeah.
Ominous music. Fight Club today was submitted by Gary Stamm and his dog Trip. Remember his dog Trip?
Yes.
The three-legged
His
puppy
girlfriend Deb. Thank you, Gary.
who barked for 4 hours straight.
Just like my dog at home. Trip is short for tripod.
By the way, Gary, a huge 1210 listener and fan, and we appreciate you coming out. So this one happened at a grocery store. Is this a Wegmans? Nah, I don't think this is a Wegmans.
I'm going to say a Walmart.
You think it's a Walmart?
I see the blue band. I see a blue signage. And that's that Walmart powder blue color, but I could be wrong.
Okay, well, let's watch this, okay? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Fight Club on this Tuesday. Go. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Lord have mercy.
Oh, man. Look how big that lady is.
And she got knocked down for her troubles.
Yeah.
Look at this. Right in front of the produce area.
Well, yeah, what? Granny Smith apples were buy one, get one, and we lose our mind?
Produce not something a lot of these women have seen in their life.
No. Look at this. Maybe that's a Kroger. Kroger's a southern grocery store that's blue.
Jackson, Tennessee.
Jackson,
yeah.
Oh, but pause that real quick.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Trump, send in the feds. Jackson, Tennessee is right there with Jackson, Mississippi.
Yes.
Is right there with Memphis, Tennessee for murder rates.
It is.
Jackson, Tennessee is different, but send them in there too.
All right, keep going.
Look at this. Clothing on the floor. Was that bananas or are those hats? What is that? Yellow signage, maybe?
So we're getting some discrepancy on the YouTube chat. That we may have shown this one before.
No, I haven't seen this one.
All right.
No. But we've seen many
I think a lot of these.
Section.
I think it's hard to distinguish one from another.
The produce. You guys know my weird affinity for the scents and the sounds and the smells of the grocery store. I don't go in there with my earbuds on. I want to mingle with the people. There's something refreshing and relaxing about the produce section, right? The hot summer day, you go in, you make that sharp right, you go around the produce section.
Weird.
The cabbage is being spritzed with mist.
Weird.
Yeah, you see those beautiful bananas that are green. I like my bananas a little bit on the unripened tart side. The produce is it's mostly peaceful. Mostly peaceful. And we've got people fighting over Granny Smith apples.
Ed Durr, who's the associate producer of Fight Club, says this is a repeat, Greg. I sent you this months ago.
I'm going to need confirmation of that.
All
right. Well.
I don't believe that. But Ed, thank you for the book. Jesus. Yeah, it's like the episode of Married with Children when Al became the cheese police in the grocery store.
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Yes, they do. You stop it. They do. They love it.
We should.
I'm volunteering my services to the federal government. I will be in charge of all grocery store violence.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Phil, put up a poll question. Have we seen this before?
Is this a rerun?
Is this a repeat?
We're in syndication.
Is this a repeat of Fight Club? Because if it is, I apologize.
We're like SNL. We've run out of material, so we got to give you the old ones.
We've done 5 of these for the last 5 of these a week for the last how long? I don't know, a long time.
We've been going for 9 months now.
Yeah,
since early spring.
It's been a long time. Did we play this one already? If we did, I apologize. All right, we're gonna play what Trump said about Chicago on the other side. Nick Kayal.
It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So my sandwich shop was opening in a week and I needed signage.
A week is plenty of time to panic.
I went to Staples. They printed banners, posters, and flyers to promote my grand opening.
All in time for your grand closing.
Nope, I had it same day. I even got $125 off my order.
Hold the onions. For all your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. In-store and online, same day if ordered by 12 p.m. Into 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Let's talk about your health. You need to undergo complex dental surgery. I'm talking the whole 9 yards, implants, crowns, etc. Are you really going to trust just any pop-up dental chain, or do you want the best of the best? When it comes to complex dental surgery, for over 12 consecutive years, Dr. Mike Veneria Dental, has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. Dr. Mike treats other doctors. The experts call Dr. Mike the expert. You want a dentist who actually cares about your health, and with Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and that is why Dr. Mike is a dentist the entire Zioli family trusts. When it comes to your health, including your dental health, that's never the time to cut corners. You want the best and only the best. So make your appointment to see him today and get a free dental implant consultation. If you already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. 856-786-2020, BenariaDental.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Kayal and Company, 926, as we are rolling along here on this Tuesday morning. Phil Almquist just handed me a story from the New York Post. Charlie Kirk's accused killer, Tyler Robinson, to be charged with capital murder, starting the expected push for the firing squad.
Yeah.
Which brings me to television, as soon, later this morning, accused CEO killer, Brian Thompson of United Healthcare, that scumbag, Luigi Mangione, is expected to be in court. How about a 2-for-1, buy one, get one pay-per-view firing squad?
Love it.
We take out Luigi and Charlie Kirk's killer for $79.99 plus tax.
I'm in.
On all streaming devices.
I'm in. I'll buy 2. Waiter, bring me 2.
Utah.
Give me 2.
Give me 2. Animals.
Our firing squad might be 2.
2 what?
Too
Too
easy.
backloaded?
Too easy, though.
At this rate, we're scheduling out to 2029 with all the people you want to line up.
All right, so on Trump and the crime crackdown, he did say that they'll probably be doing Chicago next. This is 12.
We also sent them into Chicago on a sort of a moderate basis, and we brought down crime a little bit in Chicago, but we're now going to bring it down very big. We're going to be doing Chicago probably next. I was with a great businessman, a man who is involved in all cities through his business, and I say, who do you think should be next after Memphis? And he said, sir, you've got to save Chicago. We're going to wait a little while. But he said, you got to save Chicago. You can't let it go. And this is a very prominent man that everybody knows in this room. Another man in Memphis was saying, Bill, he was saying, very interesting, he's on the board of FedEx. And his hotel is about a block away. And he said, when I walked there, I said, I don't want to do this again. I never want to do it again. And they won't let me walk there. They take them in armored vehicles. They take the board members of FedEx in armored vehicles like a block away to the hotel. This shouldn't be the U.S. This shouldn't be the United States of America. The task force will be a replica, as I said, and it's going to be, I think, equally successful. This is a tremendous success we've had in Washington, I can tell you, and everyone knows it. And people in the White House that work here and other people that I know are calling me and thanking me. They're going out to dinners. They're doing things that they haven't done in years.
He's like the head of a band. He's like, yeah, we're going to do Chicago next, and then the tour is going to continue, and we're going to go to Detroit, and then we're going to head to Atlanta.
They're already in Chicago, according to him. So,
well, a little bit.
Dawn?
What's amazing, just the hypocrisy of this, is it was very interesting. When the DNC convenes, boy, they'll take security any which way they can get it, right? Local, state level, federal. Just make sure the DNC is safe and secure. A lot of powerful, wealthy people coming in, speakers, politicians. those in office, those seeking office. But boy, when Trump is getting ready to come into some of these cities that would possibly host a DNC, maybe like a Milwaukee, Wisconsin, we don't need it. We don't want it. Interesting. Security for thee, but not for me. Or the other way around, actually. For me, not thee. Sorry.
You still think he's not going to do it, Dawn?
I think that President Trump wants to go into Chicago because it's a high crime city, but he has to find a legal pathway to do so. Okay. States' rights. He's got to abide by the law. Pritzker, how does he bypass Pritzker?
Well, forget law and courts and, appellates and Supreme Court stuff. Is he contemplating and calculating it politically on the perception?
He says no.
Okay.
He's saying that this is a crackdown on crime across America. And so
well, I agree.
He has to find a legal pathway.
But is he worried about the perception backfiring? Not that he's ever cared about, image or a poll or, an approval rating. Well, maybe he does. But is there a political calculus where he's being told, we have to be careful with the way Americans will perceive this if you go in? Americans know crime's an issue, but then they're going to look at you as going above and beyond what is within your legal scope. That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
He's not afraid to be in court. Like I said earlier in the show, the guy's got lawsuits and court cases up the wazoo.
No, I think the reason he has waited is because Trump is trying to find a legal pathway. But the reason Democrats fear Trump bringing in these these troops is because once they get in there, as you just played from the woman in Memphis, as we see in D.C. and even D.C.'s mayor finally admitting it because of pressure from her constituents, is that once they get in there and people get to feel a high quality of life, get to know what it's like, to not being, get shot at when you walk to the grocery store that your kid goes to school, all of a sudden people go, oh, well, Trump values my quality of life. Why didn't you do this before? And Democrats know the power of that.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what they fear.
And that's why Pritzker's playing hardball. Yep. Because he's like, well, what happens if my citizens and my constituents are like, oh, I kind of like this?
Speaking of Pritzker, he demanded that Trump condemn political violence after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This is cut 26.
If I could, with listening to what you're saying before, what would you like to hear from the Oval Office in this current political climate? You talked a little bit about where you're at and both sides keep the camp down. What would you like to hear from the president in this?
Well, I think you heard some of it in my own remarks. And so I would like to hear the President of the United States, instead of pointing fingers, simply say that political violence has no place in this country, and that the President does not condone it. And the targeting of one group or another group by the President of the United States, as he did on Friday, is completely inappropriate. And I would hope that on his mind would be peace and calm and prayers instead of finger pointing and criticism.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Yep. Thank you.
Trump doesn't have any more patience or tolerance left for this, and how could he? He was also millimeters away from being where Charlie Kirk is today. It's interesting when you talk about pointing fingers, and Trump did condemn these actions and talk about political violence. It's just that J.B. Pritzker doesn't like the way, the tone, the style in which Trump delivers it. And I would sit here and say, so you want somebody to be more presidential, right? Somebody to be more soft-spoken. Well, you know who fit that bill? It was Charlie Kirk. Rob Schneider has a great tweet he just posted. He said, "My friend is dead for words, for reaching out to the other side, for seeking common ground, for wanting conversations. We will never return to being silent about your hypocrisy and intolerance." And here's the last sentence that I bring back to Pritzker and Trump. Schneider says, "You killed the one guy who still had patience for your BS.
Yeah.
Right? Like Charlie Kirk was not shouting and screaming and demonizing others and using even the words that Trump uses. Charlie Kirk, if you talk about, well, Gavin Newsom is presidential. He looks the part. He talks the part. He's smooth. A lot of people don't believe his BS, but he tries to portray that. Charlie Kirk actually did that, and he's dead for it. So I don't know what else you want, because those are the kind of people you want, right, J.B. Pritzker? I'm not blaming J.B. Pritzker for Tyler Robinson's action, but...
Stop saying his name, dude.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I think I'm going to make an edict on this radio
Which
station.
is actually my edict as well.
Yeah.
Like, I don't
want to
I'm violating one of my own rules.
Even the scumbag who's supposed to be in court today, like F him too.
Yep. No, I agree. Totally right. But you can't go out there and kill those who go about doing what you ask others to do and then violate what you're asking to be done. Yeah. Right? Yeah. I want somebody that understands, or somebody that will have an open conversation. So basically what you've been saying is you don't want to have this conversation. You just are so caught up in your own ideology that you tune out the opposition. So then if that's the case on both sides, then we never have advancement. We never have progress. We never get to where everybody claims to want to be, because you can't go out there and kill and silence somebody that disagrees with you, that goes about it and does it in a humane, professional, caring, dare I even say, Christian way.
Yep. I think that's where we're going to stop for the cut sheet today, because I have a ton more, but there's always tomorrow for the cut sheet.
All right, 9:36. Come back. We got Big Three on deck?
Big three. We have Adam Sandler tickets we're giving away. We have
H-Air's going to come in here.
Phil Almquist. There's a lot happening.
Love it.
The Dawn Show takes over at 10.
That's right. But first now, you know who takes over for the next 45, 60 seconds? That's Bucks County Estate Traders.
Okay.
Yeah, because the kiddies are back in school, so parents have more time. Granted, most of us work, but if you have a little downtime and you're looking to add to your home and add to your collection of beautiful, stunning pieces, furniture, maybe an end table, maybe an entire room, an entire floor, your entire home, now's the time to do it at Bucks County Estate Traders, because the Back to Style sales event is underway, but it's almost over already. It's the 16th. It's only around until the 20th, and you're going to save 20 to 50% off store-wide, where you can explore all of the styles in their massive Hatfield showroom. It's 20,000 plus unique items with 58,000 square feet. Place is absolutely massive, stunning. Go in there, talk to the owner, ask for him by name, Matt Stanella. Big fan, loves the station. He's going to take care of you, and if he's not available, his experienced staff will. And if you want to just mosey on about at your own pace without somebody by your side, pull out your phone, because each piece has a QR code. You snap that picture, you'll get the details instantly. The name, the year, the model, the cost, all on your smartphone. No matter what room you're furnishing, that living room, the dining room, the home office, or that man cave where men like me go down to avoid getting into battles with the wife that we can't lose. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. Shop online with code STYLE 2025 at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Showroom is in Hatfield. That's open 7 days a week. And tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
The markets are once again near record highs, but only after a steep 20% drop in April. So many investors are afraid of missing out on market growth that they forget the cardinal rule of investing: buy low and sell high.
Carl Beckers.
Marilyn Beckers, Malvern, Pennsylvania. Now that the market is high, it is the perfect time to get into crash-proof retirement.
Crash-proof retirement this year allowed us to earn 13% and as high as 20% returns.
A gain on Wall Street is only on paper. With crash-proof, your interest is credited, it becomes part of your principal, and it never goes backward.
There is a proven path to market-like returns without any of the risk. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 7th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stenzelin's Big Three coming up shortly as we lead you right into the Dawn Show. Coming up top of the hour, 9 o'clock hour. Actually, no, today's show. I take that back. Today's show, all 4 hours. Brought to you by Staples.
Yeah.
Not Office Depot.
No.
But Staples.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Yeah.
Your local Staples has hot deals, super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off of your print order, which I would believe includes visuals for Charlie Kirk. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends November 1st. Plus save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. And smash that easy button. Love that Staples easy button.
And that like button.
And that like button and the subscribe button and the follow button and every other button. And push people's buttons because that's what free speech is about. All right, let's get down to before 8-share time. It's movie time, and it's movie time with a prize. Jimmy Kelly, Tuesday's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
National Security Agency, Director of Operations, please.
What extension, please?
I'm sorry, I forget the number. Could I please have Director of Operations? It's very important.
Try research.
Give me research. It's an emergency.
I need an extension or a name.
C-Tech Astronomy.
Where's this, please?
It's my dime. I'll ask the questions. Who are you?
Let's say my name is Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott. Are you interested in C-Tech Astronomy?
No.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Damned if I know that movie, but I'm not eligible anyway. If you do know the movie and you want to see Adam Sandler, well, here's your chance to get a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler's You're My Best Friend tour this Friday, September 19th at the Xfinity Mobile Arena in Philadelphia. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck. All right, from the movies to the music, Phil Almquist with a Tuesday installment of What Occurred Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, September 16th, we celebrate the birthday of Ron Blair from Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Heavenly birthday shout out to Tom Leadon from Mudcrutch, as well as B.B. King. We also lost Mary Travers from the Mamas and the Papas on this day in 2009, and Mark Bolan from T-Rex in 77. Signature She Loves You by the Beatles in 63, and If It Makes You Happy by Sheryl Crow in 96. Altitude Asylum by Kiss in 85, Black Butterfly by Buck Cherry in 2008, Pope Star by Ghost in 2016, and the Talking Heads debut in 77. Also in 2013, a souvenir booklet from the 67 Monterey Pop Festival, signed by Jimi Hendrix, sold on eBay for $6,500. In 78, Boston was atop the album chart with Don't Look Back. In 70, Jimi Hendrix jammed with Eric Burdon and War in London. It's the last time he ever played music. In 64, the variety show Shindig premiered in the U.S. with performances by Sam Cooke, as well as the Everly Brothers. And in 96, Pearl Jam began their No Code tour. But lastly, on this day in 84, Miami Vice premiered. For Kayal and Company,
Wow.
I'm Phil Almquist.
Love Miami Vice.
My parents used to watch Miami Vice back in the day. I don't recall it, but they told me it, so I just assumed it's true. There you go. I've watched Miami Vice, but I don't recall my
84.
parents.
Premiered in 84. You should know.
That was when I was born. That was when I was born.
I just want to punch you in the face. I don't
Pirate Squad.
I don't condone violence, but God, you're annoying to me.
All right, Jill is in Collingswood. She's identified the movie that I have no clue about. Jill, what movie did we play for you?
Sneakers.
Sneakers!
Yeah!
Robert
sneakers.
Robert Redford.
Thank you, guys. Can I
There you
just say how much I appreciate you?
Thank you, Joe. We love you.
Well, I
Love you.
appreciate.
And I love all the
myself as
YouTube
well.
chat people.
Thank you. We love the YouTube chat people as well.
Beautiful.
The YouTube chat got a
Thank you,
shout
guys.
out.
Have a great day.
They got a shout out. I love
There
it.
she is.
Jill.
Jill in Collingswood.
Yeah.
Future talk show host here on the station. All right, that'll do it. We're going to come back. We got a big three. We're going to get caught up in the world of news from Dawn, and then we will lead you right in to the Dawn Show, which starts in just under 10 minutes. Kayal and Company, back after this with a big three.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Control allergies with confidence. Add Packagin to your cat's food daily. Packagin.com. PACAGEN.com.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4 for Emmons or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9:55, Tuesday morning. The Dawn Show coming up in 5 minutes. She'll take you till noon today. And now we get caught up before we get into the Dawn Show officially with what's going on out there in society. Time for a Dawn Stensland, technically still in the 9 o'clock hour, and her Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
There's so much news today. The developing story of the hour, 2 court cases that we've been talking about this morning. And one is Luigi Mangione. So that's the developing story this morning. What has been thrown out and what is allowed in court. So in this case, Mangione is expected to appear in court, scheduled to appear in court today. But a New York judge tossing out that terrorism charge against the accused killer, but will allow the murder count to stand in the killing of 50-year-old Brian Thompson, United Healthcare CEO, as well as a father of 2 sons and a husband. So Mangione due in court today as his lawyers push to have his state murder charges thrown out in that murder. And his attorneys argue the New York case and a parallel federal death penalty prosecution amount to double jeopardy. Also to be decided today in court, a trial date and whether or not the state case or federal case will go first. So this is a 27-year-old Ivy League grad, attracted a cult following as a stand-in for frustrations with the healthcare industry, or the health industry, if you will, insurance industry.
How disgusting was that? Remember how we were talking about people were selling Luigi merchandise and T-shirts and 50 years old, walks out of a hotel, sun's not even up, executed in cold blood from the blind side, from his back.
Yeah, people celebrating somebody's murder, assassination. It's bizarre.
Hey, where have I heard that before?
Yeah. President Trump is now heading to the UK. So this morning, as the president will arrive for what's being known as an unprecedented second state visit to meet with political leaders there. And this is really, he's supposed to meet with the royal family, Windsor Castle and all of that. But it's a state visit, as certainly President Trump, it's the second state visit starting today.
What's going on in the UK too, by the way? I saw reports of like protests, or like there's like 150,000 people protesting something.
Mhm.
I mean, that country's a mess. I mean,
really
it's always
is.
been a mess, but my Lord.
Yep.
Yeah, the crackdown, we talk about the crackdown of free speech here. Good God.
Oh.
That country has no idea what free speech even is.
No.
Ugh.
And yet in that country, there were so many in the UK and in London who were coming out to grieve, if you will, and to respond to the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, because
So it's amazing.
Because they're astonished.
They can appreciate.
They're astonished that we have this amount of free speech. Like, how do we get more of that?
Right.
How do I get more of that, please?
I want that. Give me some of that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we have all of that going on, and locally, just taking you to another local story. And this is a Montgomery County Democrat resigning from one of her positions after her social media comments sparked a ton of outrage. And so the Ambler tax collector who is keeping her Ambler tax collector paid job, but this is one Jennifer Stomsky making the comments. And she is, in fact, reacting, I believe, to her own party, the Democrats pushing her to resign from one of her positions. And then coming up this November in the upcoming election, the voters in Montgomery County, they can either decide to keep her in Ambler as their tax collector, or will they choose Republican Bernadette Doherty, who's the candidate for tax collector in Ambler, running against this person. But she has resigned from her vice chair spot as the Area 14 Wissahickon Democrats leader.
And asking for a friend, Dawn Stensland, has she gotten back to you or Dan Borowski to come on with you?
Nope.
No. Okay. Just asking. She's not using this opportunity as a like, hey, you know what? Let's get a little juice for this campaign going a little bit, since nobody knows what the hell we do.
Mm-hmm.
So Bernadette, what are you doing? So
Yeah.
we're not talking about the person who's would not come on, which is the disgraced individual who's being called out.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Republican political opponent who, not for nothing, but I don't know how much the airtime would cost, but I think
Wow.
a lot of candidates might be jealous of the fact that we're saying, yo, Bernadette, call in and here's your opportunity to call for an on-air apology from your Democrat opponent.
I'm sure, Dawn Stensland, there's somebody listening right now who knows her. We reach our tentacles.
Oh,
our
bizarre.
Our tentacles are everywhere.
God knows
Dawn.
this show's getting a lot of run in
Yes.
that area right now.
And then, so somebody can say to her, "Hey, Dawn Stensland, you know her?
Yeah.
She's looking to get you on a show. Why don't you respond to emails?"
Yeah.
Wow.
Also might be curtains for Stomsky, right? It's already hard for both sides to dislike you because you're a tax collector. I've never met anybody that wants to actually pay taxes or pay more taxes. So you already got that working against you. And then the other half that already dislikes you now dislikes you even more based on your ridiculous comments on social media.
Well, if Bernadette, again, who would respond to Dawn Stensland?
Yes.
Maybe they could make something out of this.
So once again, Republicans, get yourselves together, would you, people?
Yeah.
Republicans turning down free airtime on a top station.
It's unbelievable.
There you go.
Bernadette never got the message. See what the power of 1210 can do.
I don't know.
Amen to that. All right, Dawn Stensland.
Tap into that power, people. I don't know.
All right.
But
It's
they
all
don't want
yours.
to. So
Dawn, the power and the
all
peace
yours now.
be with you, dear.
if you lose, then if you lose, you choose to lose. I'm just saying.
Well, it's a self-inflicted
Okay.
wound, honestly. Sorry
That's
for
correct.
the crash choice of words there.
So there's that. This is the Dawn Show. Dawn Stensland. Follow me on @Dawn Stensland. We are live, we are local, and we continue on. Guess what? We have our First Lady, Melania Trump, and she's saying, "See, I told you so." They are apologizing. So this is the Daily Beast.
You save that for this show?
Huh?
You save your Melania Trump thing for this show?
That's right.
I see what you did there.
That's right.
Sorry, Stensland.
Yes. Melania Trump on this Tuesday. Greg Stalker is my favorite. I love the brand manager. I think he should be the brand manager for my husband.
It couldn't be any worse.
And then I could say, spank me, Greg.
Oh, good God, Dawn. My Lord.
Blasphemy.
I'm all over this.
This is the Daily Beast. So the First Lady just reposting this or re-Xing it, as they say. But it says, and this is the Daily Beast. Man, they've got to apologize. Talk about eating crow, whatever. The Daily Beast recently published a story headlined, Melania Trump very involved in Epstein scandal author, based on an interview with Michael Wolff. Upon reflection, yes, the Daily Beast is now reflecting, and it says, we have determined that the article did not meet our standards and has therefore been removed from our platforms. So in this one, remember, First Lady Melania Trump had filed the lawsuit and had said, I'm going to sue you. So just apologized. In response to a letter from the First Lady's attorneys, yes, the Daily Beast has also removed a portion of an episode of the Daily Beast podcast titled Trump's Epstein Scandal Can't Stop, Won't Stop, referencing the First Lady. The First Lady points to her best-selling book, Melania, as the definitive account of her life story. So thank you, Daily Beast, for apologizing. And don't mess with Melania. Okay? There it is. So they've apologized. They have now really bowed down, kissed her ring, as they should have, and kissed other things. But they've apologized and they've removed all that nasty stuff. So there it is. Because you know what? It's a lot cheaper to just say you're sorry, clarify, remove the nasty stuff, and move on. We also have, in this case, President Donald J. Trump. He's filing a suit for himself. And this is another one. Remember, Trump had sued the Wall Street Journal? Well, now, guess what? President Trump is announcing this latest lawsuit, and this is against the New York Times. So the New York Times, the way they report it is a little different than others are reporting it. But President Trump announcing he's suing the New York Times for $15 billion, claiming the publication, the Gray Lady, has defamed him. The president's lawsuit follows after President Trump had said last week he was going to sue, and now here it is, publishing the articles about a note and the drawing supported by Trump, they say, that was allegedly given to disgraced financier, the dead financier Jeffrey Epstein, for his birthday party. So we've discussed this ad nauseum, but this is the result of the $15 billion lawsuit. So we'll see. Will they retract it? Will they remove it? Will they just reword it? So that's really the question here. But he says that they've defamed him, and they're the Lion, New York Times, et cetera, et cetera. Let me begin here by talking about Turning Point USA and what's going on today, okay? Turning Point USA is going to be holding a memorial for conservative icon Charlie Kirk in Arizona. It's coming up this upcoming weekend on Sunday. It will be at the Arizona Cardinals NFL Stadium. Why do they have to have it at the stadium? Because I suspect they won't have enough room. People from across the country will be there and pay tribute. Charlie Kirk, as you know, was assassinated last Wednesday. Today's Tuesday. We're still talking about it. We will continue to talk about it while speaking to thousands of college students at Utah Valley University. And there's so much to report to you today. The suspect, ID'd as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, a Utah resident who Governor Spencer Cox says has a, quote, leftist ideology. And authorities confirming the suspect's boyfriend is fully cooperating with the investigation. The suspect living with his boyfriend, who was indeed transforming from male to female, that has been confirmed. And then yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance hosting Kirk's The Charlie Kirk Show on Monday. I'll get into what FBI Director, and this is Kash Patel, has revealed in a chilling text message that Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin sent that may indicate a motive and appears to indicate a motive of hatred for last week's shooting. There's a lot here to go through as we think about what happened. And I want to get your take and your response as well. And we have a lot of interviews lined up for you today. But when I look at what the vice president said yesterday, the most poignant piece of this is that the vice president would love for the country to be united by this and other killings. I think that we can all come together and say we don't condone violence ever. We should be able to say that no political party is for murder. And yet, what did I talk about at the top of the broadcast here? I mean, here we have multiple people across the country, including elected officials, including locally, a freaking tax collector who put out there that basically we need more martyrs. Now, she did apologize, but it was a thought out, long posting that she put out the day that a young father, 31 years young, was murdered. And we all witnessed it, unfortunately. You saw it. It was gory. It was graphic. It was bloody. It was horrific. And in the moments after, this young father is shot in his lower throat, essentially his throat slit by a bullet, 150 fired 150 yards away. You see his 1-year-old and his 3-year-old running up to daddy. It was horrific. You see his parents clinging to each other, traumatized, sobbing, hugging, witnessing the execution of their only son. They have a daughter, Mary. But it was awful. Can we please come together, people, and say we're united in saying that murder is wrong? There should be no murder platform anywhere. There should be no support of murder anywhere. And yet over and over, we see this. Jimmy Kelly, I know that this particular quote is the one that I'm looking for, and I can quote it for you. But J.D. Vance, as he had spoken, do you happen to have the J.D. Vance quote, Jimmy Kelly? If you don't, it's okay.
We do have J.D. Vance.
Let's listen to it. Let's go to it if we can. Here's
Here
J.D.
go.
Vance.
Hey, everybody. J.D. Vance here, live from my office in the White House complex and filling in for somebody who cannot be filled in for, but I'm going to try to do my best. My dear friend, the great Charlie Kirk. The last several days have been extremely hard for our country. They've been hard for me, hard for my family, hard for the countless people in this building who knew and loved Charlie Kirk, and of course, they've been hardest most of all for his darling wife, Erica, and their two beautiful children. The thing is, every single person in this building, we owe something to Charlie. He was a joyful warrior for our country. He loved America. He devoted himself tirelessly to making our country a better place. He was a critical part of getting Donald Trump elected as president, getting me elected as vice president. And so much of our success over the last 7 months is due to his efforts, his staffing, his support, and his friendship. I don't think that I'm alone in saying that Charlie was the smartest political operative I ever met. Everyone knew him as this fearless debater, this guy who would take the conservative message into hostile places and inspire younger generations to have courage. One thing that's hit a lot of those young Americans over the last week was how Charlie was there for them when others were not. When they were afraid to speak their minds, when they were afraid of what a professor would say, when they were afraid that they would be shouted down by their peers, Charlie was there, showing them that they could be courageous and that they could be bold. Charlie was a visionary. He was a luminary. He brought together people. He didn't just teach people how to speak. He didn't just teach people what to say. He didn't just teach people they could actually speak their mind on campus. He created a whole social network for an entire generation of young people. I know people who met their husband, who met their wife, who met the best man at their wedding at a TPUSA event. Because as you guys all know, it's not just about speaking our mind, it's about making friends along the way and creating that support network that won an election and that staffed the current federal government.
And so in this one, J.D. Vance was filling in. This was a 2-hour podcast. I know that there were officials, Stephen Miller, Chief of Staff among them, Caroline Levitt among them. In just a moment, I will get to cut 3, Jimmy Kelly, if you're standing by with cut 3, and that's the third and final one that I'll play. It's only about a minute and a half long, so I will get to that in just a second, but I just want to point out that I feel like since last Wednesday, even on our air, I've realized that there are so many people who, even conservatives, who did not really consume Charlie's, all of his regular podcasts and all of his messages in context. That's what I've realized. So some of you may think that he was just another podcaster, that he was, he would be akin to a Rachel Maddow on, MSNBC or maybe even a Ben Shapiro type, right, on the conservative side. But he was different. And that's the point here, because he was not just a media personality who was broadcasting from his home studio, etc. He was somebody who, and this is really a critical point, he was somebody who, as an 18-year-old, he grew up in Illinois with his mom and dad, with his sister Mary, and by the way, was a football star, was a basketball star, 6'5", big guy, obviously a very intelligent guy. And if you've listened to him, you know that whether it was politics, talking about the Constitution, or whether it was quoting the Bible, okay, he had almost this, it was almost like a photographic memory, if you will. I don't know if he actually had a photographic memory, which I've only known one person in my life. It was actually sportscaster Don Tollefson, who I worked with back in the day, who actually has a photographic memory. But Charlie seemed like he had one of those photographic memories, which is very unusual. I mean, he could, at the top of the hat, just quote the Bible, any verse, anywhere, Old Testament, New Testament. It was really beautiful, but also quoting the Constitution, for example, knew his history and had a wealth of knowledge. But Charlie Kirk, and that's why he had the Prove Me Wrong tent, because he just had a way about him. So not only was he that person who could just pull out of no matter what anybody came at him with, he could charm their pants off. First of all, it didn't matter what they were talking about. They would talk about politics, or they would say, "You hate me because I'm gay," and he would say, "No, I do not. That's just not true." And he would say, "Look, is that my cup of tea? No, but I'm glad we can have the conversation." And what he would say all the time, for example, if somebody led with their so-called, gender identity, their pronouns, he would basically say, you're selling yourself short by defining yourself by your gender identity or your pronouns. You be you, but define yourself by your purpose and who you are as a whole human being. And by the end of the conversation, the person would be shaking his hand. He would really win people over with that conversation. And he knew he could do that. That was what we loved about him, because he had this charm, this love of people. He was just a human being, and he would say, I'm a sinner first. We're all sinners. He would lead with, Jesus loves you. And he talked about his Savior, Jesus Christ, how Jesus saved him, and he hopes that you could be saved by Jesus if you haven't been already. He led with love. That was his lead story. That's why it's just so tragic to me that of all the people who would be gunned down by somebody who hated him, clearly that person, they didn't understand him. They didn't listen. And the reason that the so-called mainstream media does not want you to hear Charlie Kirk, does not want you to understand Charlie Kirk, is because if you did, then you could as well engage in the conversation. So I'm going to end with this. I'm going to have Jimmy Kelly play cut 3, which is only about a minute long, and we'll go right to the commercial break because I have a great guest just ahead. But I'm going to leave you with J.D. Vance talking about unity and why the vice president fears we cannot have unity when we have certain groups of people who want to spew the hatred in a uniformed manner that's really sickening in America. Listen in.
There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us? By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I am desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country.
We'll be right back.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto